There we go. There we are. Hey. Right, just bear with me a sec. Just try and get straightened up a little bit. There we go. I've just turned the heating off. Too hot, too hot. It's a rare thing to hear me say I'm too hot. For fuck's sake. We're both at it. We need to take a chill pill. Oh my God. Going on forever. Going on forever. Oh, thank fuck for that. Hello, Dave. All right, mate. Right, so last night, Sky Girl was trying to share a video in the chat and she couldn't put it in there. So I'm going to see if I can do it. So bear with me because it's amazing. As long as you've got an open mind, and I know that anyone that listens to me waffling on probably got a pretty open mind, you know. And yeah, it's really captured me. It's long. Ooh, I can hear myself. Let me turn that down. That was really annoying. There it is. So if you get a chance to click on that, what I'll do is I'll put it back. I'll put it on again a little bit later on when more people sort of join in, and I'll just keep adding it into the chat, so you've got a chance to sort of click on it. So weird that was. You got a chance to click on it and then save it and watch it at some other time, because I think most of us we look out for patterns, and that's why we're half decent preppers, because we look at patterns and we listen to stuff, and stuff goes in and it floats around, and then it clicks onto something else that you've heard a little while back, and then you've just heard something that's just clicked into place based on that. You start adding stuff on, and before you know it, it's made a bigger picture, you know. And boy, does that video paint a picture. I mean, whether all of it's accurate, whether all of it's true or not, who knows? But it does make a lot of sense. And I think people in general, if they've got almost a full picture, sometimes people will just think, well, that would probably fit in there. Like, don't quite fit, but I'll fucking make it fit, you know? So whether it's all accurate or not, you know, you decide. But it is very, very, very interesting. I've got the tribe top on, look, you know, much love. So I've got some got a little ½ kilo block of copper there. Now you see what people are doing now, because there is so much focus on gold. Let me just get this out of the way, because this is still prepping related. Because I just think if you've got any spare money, even just a little bit, again, I'm not a financial advisor, I think you just need to conserve that, you know. I think that taking that something that's just worthless and turning it into something that's useful and worth something is just common sense. And prepping is all about common sense. So people have like looked at gold, maybe got in on gold when it was affordable. And then people that kind of got into it a little bit later on and realized that gold was probably a little bit out of their reach and dropped onto silver. Now silver's gone up and that's kind of fallen out of some people's reach. So they've dropped onto copper. Now copper's going up. And I just like to try and give you some ideas and stuff, you know, on because I want us all to thrive. And all these morons out there that haven't been paying attention and didn't listen to you, didn't listen to me. So I'd like to look out for us. I've got nothing to make out of this, as you'll see. So now that I've got, I mean, I showed you a big block of copper that's from a really, really reputable, right, smelter. So it is very, very pure copper. And I paid 45 quid delivered for that. And one of those sold for 202 quid a couple of months later, right? So people are looking more at the pure copper, which is extremely expensive now. It's way beyond what I paid for it now. So everyone's focusing on that now and thinking, right, well, even though it's like, you know, 200 quid, I'm still going to buy it because it's quite likely to go up significantly higher. So whilst people are starting to look, whilst people are looking at that, I'm looking at that. And then when people start to look at that, I'm looking at that. I hope that makes sense. So pre-1992, 2p pieces, almost pure copper. So if you can find anything like that online within a reasonable price, why not? You're still going to be paying. So say you end up with 22p pieces, obviously that's 40p. You're not going to pay 40p for 22p pieces pre-1992 because it's almost pure copper. Not quite. It's about 90 odd percent. I can't remember off the top of my head. So whilst people are looking at the really, really pure stuff, I'm looking at the stuff that people have been melting down. Now so instead of this being 99.999, this will be 99.999, something like that, 0.999. So not quite pure, but this is still going to be worth way more than I paid for it in not too much time. So this would probably be copper wiring that's been melted down and put into a block, just melted, poured into a block, wait for it to cool down, and then that's the result. So it's not particularly pretty. You know, it's not got any hallmarks on it or anything like that. But that's about 25 quid. Half a kilo. I just don't want anyone to get caught out and just, you know, and again, if you've got any spare cash, you see, I know now that there are people out there I'm not suggesting anyone does this. I have considered it myself. That have gone and got a credit card. They've gone and bought, they've maxed it out with silver and gold. And then when it comes towards the end of the month, when it's time to make the minimum payment, they've made the minimum payment and then they've sold all the gold and all the silver, made a really sizable profit, and then paid the credit card off. Now, unfortunately, one of the issues we've got is that we've got governments that are doing the whole quantitative easing thing, or we'll call it QE, it's a mouthful. And so they're printing shitloads of money and then buying gold and silver, you know, out of made up money, monopoly money. So that's leaving people like you, people like me, it's putting us almost out of action, out of the race, out of the game. So we have to come up with new ways ourselves, you know. Right, let me catch up on the ting and ting. Hello, Michael. Thanks for joining us, brother. What's that? De Murphy 25. Yeah, it says, yeah. What are you doing? Come and lie down. Come and relax. Everybody needs to relax. You've been out, you've had a good long walk, you've got me piss wet through, you know. Payback time. Just relax. Chill time. Yeah, it is. That's what I sent you earlier on, Michael. It's very intriguing. Again, it's one of those videos where when you've got all of these scattered pieces of puzzle, you've got the edges, you've got all the edges done, and you're working on the middle, trying to, you know, and every now and then a video will come out that puts everything together and puts it in a format where all of the pieces seem to come together. Again, whether all of the pieces are correct or not, whether they've just been jammed in there or not, who knows? Make your own mind up. But it's definitely worth watching. But it's over 2 hours. But it's, you know, when you watch a film and you're thinking, oh, I don't want this to finish. It's a bit like that. I clicked on it so I can find it in my history on TV. Brilliant. Good. It's well worth it, Dave. The little I heard has to do with missing land masses. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, well, it's the mud flood. It's previous civilizations and previous resets, mini ice ages, which I think is what we're headed towards now, because I do think they're periodic. Again, everything's inverted. So if you've got a shit government, which we have, every country has now, if they're telling you this, chances are it's the opposite. You know? And they say, you know, we're having some global warming bullshit going on when we're not. We're not. We know that. It's just bullshit. But I do think that we are headed towards a mini ice age. Now, I mean, it wasn't that in the grand scheme of things, in the grand age of this world, however old that is. There was a time not too long ago when the Thames literally froze over, and they had tents on there, and you know, they had all sorts of people living on there because it was a little bit crowded around the river. So people were setting up, you know, stalls and all sorts on the river. And that's still in the history books, but there's so much stuff that has been left out. We know that history has been written by the victors of wars, of other great resets, stuff like that. And that does seem to be the case. And I do believe that. I think most of us do. We know what they're like. Devious. But the mud floods. Why has it gone blurred? Sort yourself out. Addison, it looks interesting. Yeah, it is interesting, Michael. You'll love it. Okay, like I said, I'll keep putting it in there bit by, you know, as we move along. If I hadn't ruined my credit at an early age, it's better to burn out than to fade away. I know a few people that did that, got shitloads of credit cards simultaneously, and just went traveling all around the world, came back, and then declared bankruptcy. But we live in a different world now. It's not very easy to do that now, because once you declared yourself bankrupt, you're only bankrupt for a certain amount of time, and you come up with a plan to pay back 10 pence a week. As long as you offer to pay them back 10 pence a week. But even then, when you start looking into the whole straw man thing, you can say, take it off the straw man, you know? But again, a lot of people don't want to go down that route because they're not familiar with it. I'm not that familiar with it. I'm still learning. And probably not paid that off. Exactly. You know, at the end of the day, these credit card companies, they deserve it. They deserve it. Scumbags. A lot of people are living on credit now. Shouldn't be like that. We shouldn't be living like we are now. You know, we're slaves. We're living like slaves. We're kept in perpetual slavery, or we have been. That's all changing, which is why a lot of this is happening. I think it's a culmination of a lot of things, but I think that's one of them. They need a dumb society that don't ask too many questions, and there's too many people asking too many questions now. And there's no way that they could hide all of history. Again, a lot of stuff that's happened has been passed down in nursery rhymes, passed down in very popular books like the Bible, stuff like that, for people to decipher. Because if you were to pass that sort of information on verbally, you know, from generation to generation, you could have been killed by the church. Not just the church, lots of other entities. Had a bonus earlier. Did you? Do you feel better now? Was trying to side up a bit more of the spare room, and I found a couple of bags full of corned beef and packets of dry pasta and sauce. Nice. Because corned beef, again, I had this conversation, I can't remember who it was with now, but you know, I'm so paranoid about meat now, and I trust corned beef that I bought 5 years ago and still have more than I trust a tin of corned beef now, based on the McDonald's mathematics, if you know what I mean. And then when you think about the whole horse meat scandal, not one single person got arrested for that. Not one. And it would have been, everything was traceable. They knew where a lot of this horse meat was coming from and blah, 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 blah. No one nicked. I think that was a trial run. So, and no, I'm not on the vodka. As you can see, the scummy yellow shit. I have to keep stirring it because otherwise I just keep getting a mouthful of it. And I know turmeric's very good for me, but I don't really like drinking the stuff, if I'm honest. But I do like to keep my whistle wet. Hello, Jordan. Thanks for joining us, brother. Good to see you. Even though making sure it's fun. Yeah, I know. I was going to put it in the title, Real Friday Night Live. What a twat. But I was chuffed. I gained another day. Watching 2 times speed to catch up. Right, so I'll slow down and talk in like this so that I sound normal to you. Instead of blah, 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 blah. Global warming is total BS. Absolutely, Dave. We never left the last ice age. Yeah, there's still remnants of that ice age. We are just in a warm period that started around 12,000 years ago. Watch that documentary. because I've always said that the truth has a resonance, and you have a resonance. I have a resonance. My girls have got a resonance. This laptop's got a resonance, right? So when you're hearing something that's got some legitimacy about it, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. You know, when someone's been like blah, 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 at a bar or whatever, and you're thinking you're full of shit, because you feel it. But in that, it's the lunch break channel looks interesting as well. On that one that talks about architecture. Yeah, let me write that one down as well, because I wrote the other ones down from the. Oh, and I'm going to do a little giveaway. I've never done a giveaway before. You know, other channels do giveaways, but they're all monetized. So the thing that they're giving away is either been given to them by, you know, an affiliate of the channel, or the people that are about to receive whatever the giveaway is has already paid for it because they're paying, you know, members and stuff, you know. So it's not a bad one. It's an all right one. It's a solar powered power bank, and it's all right. It's all right. It's good. I've got 4 of them, 3 when this is gone. But instead of just picking someone, towards the end of the live stream, I'd like you to nominate someone. And then what I'll do is I'll write down how many people have picked whoever. And then I'll send it out to you. You don't need to email me your address if you don't want to give me your address. I'd understand that. It's not a problem. You could just give me an address for a pickup point and I'll send it there. It's not a problem. No problem. Right, let me catch up. I'm a fucker for it. Let me just catch up. It's definitely Friday. Yeah. I double checked as well. Oh, you couldn't make this shit up. I've never had a credit card. Debit only. Strange but true. That's not a bad thing, mate. It means that you're in control of your budget. You know your budget. There's so many people out there. There's a lot of especially young people. They haven't got a fucking clue. Because I grew up in quite a poor household, I understood the value of money. Because I got very, very little, I got pittance for pocket money, so I made it stretch. So I've always been good with money, but the last sort of 2 generations, they haven't got a fucking clue. They haven't got a clue about money. You know, Mum, can I have a tenner? Oh, my purse is on the mantelpiece. Mantelpiece. Showing me age. And that's it. They just give it them. Not so much now because everyone's on their arse. But a lot of young people, they're not taught any budgeting skills. None. They're all getting into shitloads of debt. And then it's, Mum, I'm in so much debt. Oh, how much debt are you in? Thousands. Fuck. And then they go and get a loan out and pay it off. Now, again, I'm a big, big fan of tough love, where you love them with all your heart, with every fibre of your being, right? But you've got to be tough on them. So if they fuck up, my mum had two sayings in particular that she loved saying, right? One was, keep crying and I'll give you something to fucking cry for. That was one. The other one was, you've made your bed, you're fucking lying it. Word for word. Stamped into my brain. So if they fuck up, keep an eye on them, obviously. Keep an eye on their mental health. But they need to be toughened up. They make that bed, they fucking lie in it. They get themselves into $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 worth of debt. They figure out a plan on how to pay it back. This is why we've got a society full of fucking pussies. Because the parents keep picking up the pieces. There are obviously situations where parents need to step in and help, you know, but not when it comes to money. They need to learn. Rant over. But credit cards do have their place. I've had a few in my time. And like I said, I have considered, because I'm a homeowner, I can get infinite amount of credit. And my credit score, even though I don't give a flying fuck about that, because that all plays into what's coming down the road. Your carbon tax credit, your social credit score system, you know? It's like, oh, you said what about Cunty Starmer? You have to knock a few quid off, you know? Or just pull your credit score down a little bit. I couldn't give a fuck about that. I'm ready to take that on, you know? But yeah, I could buy a shitload of copper, shitload of silver, shitload of gold, give it a month, and then sell the lot, and then pay off the credit card, and then whatever I've got, you know, as profit, buy more gold, more silver, more copper. Then that's just snowballing, you know. Again, just there's always risks involved. Gold and silver going up, drop, up, drop, up, drop. But then it did a big drop. But then it'll go back up again. There's just corrections, little corrections, manipulated corrections. But it is getting hoovered up, which is why I'm such a big fan of copper. And this is the only copper that I don't want to fucking cave in. I found a mint Aero in the cupboard a few days ago, 3 years out of date, still tasted good. That's because there's so many preservatives in there. I do like a mint Aero, mate. Oh, fucking hell, I could smash my way through one of them now. But great find. I've got Snickers bars all over this house. Without exaggerating, if I was to hazard a guess, probably about 200 Snickers bars. Each one pierced, so all the air has been sucked out, then vac packed down into a small vac pack pouch, 10 by 15. So it's completely sealed, dated, and then just hidden. 2 in a pack. You know, about 200. So I've got about 100 knocking about with 2 in each one. Because it's an instant. It's like an instant recharge. It's just calories with the nuts, and they just last for years. So if you need a boost, if you're on your knees, again, another great barter item as well, because people love shit like that. I do. Hello, Hugh. You're right, matey. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Hi, Rose Hippie. Hi, everyone. Okay, I'll just listen. Okay, I won't comment. I'm amongst friends. Feel good when I'm here. Hey, mate, you can sort of, you know, they call it lurking. I don't know, it's not a nice word, but it's not meant in a horrible way. You can either lurk in the background and just listen away or get involved, mate. It's either way, you know, welcome to the live stream, mate. I should have filmed opening it and tasting it on the prep list now, though. Yeah, buy them in, stick them away. But knowing your lot, mate, well, if it was me, I would have done that on a live, and then about an hour in, both ends. You know, it would have been a viral live if that is such a thing. Fuck worrying about debt. CCJs go away eventually. Yes, they do. But the issue is the mechanism. is the fact that they just want to keep everyone in perpetual debt. I mean, everything's shit now. The quality of the food we eat, the quality of the air we breathe, the quality of the water we drink, the price of everything. And it's all deliberate, you know. But you're only a slave if you think like one. And I don't think preppers are slaves. I think that we're the kind of people that have kind of found a file in a cake delivered to the jail, and we're just getting our way out of the prison. It's just a mental prison. That's all. It's not real. Being a slave is a state of mind. That's all. Sorry, Terry, been the ball. Hello, Carl. You all right, matey? Bull, as in you've been there, as in what? As in debt? You mean? I'm not quite sure what you mean. But anyway, thanks for joining us on the live stream, my friend. Hello, Lady Geek. Betty Boo is doing a do. Thanks for joining us, sweetheart. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'll call her Lady G from now on. Lady G sounds, yeah. That's your rap name, Lady G. I don't know what my rap name is. I know what my porn name is. Tripod Terry. What's your? I'm sure we've done that before, you know. What's your porn name? Tell me what your porn name is. Full of it when you're on your full off it when you're on your own and get sectioned now. What do? Whew, that was a challenge, Carl. No offense, mate, but it was. Have you been sectioned? I'm assuming that you're not sectioned now, mate, which is a good thing. Full of what? Full of what, Carl? Yeah, are you all right, chap? Are you okay? Talk to us. Right, I'm working my way down to you, Carl. Bear with me, mate. Bear with me. Used to love Snickers. Bought a load. Yeah, they should. It's always been a marathon. It's a fucking marathon. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know. But I do. I love them. And again, they out of all of the chocolate bars that you could just suck all the air out of, backpack down and stick away for longevity, Snickers. And maybe Mars bars. But Mars bars are just all sugar. That's all it is. Whereas at least in a Snickers bar, it's something like 40% peanuts, you know, and peanuts are peanuts. And again, buying stuff like that now, whilst it's all affordable, you can get little multi-packs for like £2 or something, you know, with 4 in it. That's 2 more packs to stick away. And then you won't believe where I've put them. In fact, no, must have fallen out. Because bought a load, but struggling to eat them with dentures. Oh, you got dentures, Jordan? I always picture you as quite young, you know, so I can't imagine you having dentures. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. Just buy more glue for your teeth, you know, for your fake teeth. Buy more glue so they're all right in there, you know. Can't fucking going nowhere. Have another one in each hand, and then pay the price in the morning. Oh, it's real It's real, all right. I've been sectioned, drugged. Yeah, when you get, I've never been sectioned. I've come close. Where it was, it was very, very close. But I do know of people that have been sectioned, and they give you a chemical kosh, and that's not right. We need more psychologists, not psychiatrists. We need to fuck all them off. We need more psychologists so they can get to the root of the problem and then build you back up again. But no, they'll section you because you're either a danger to yourself or a danger to other people. And then when they section you, they just give you a chemical kosh that just wipes you out. You're just a zombie, drooling. No offense, Carl. Just drooling and just like you've got no inclination to get up to do anything. You probably just muster enough energy up to get up for a piss or eat or drink, and that's it. That's not fixing someone. The whole system's fucked. But we do need more psychologists, because they've got the skills to bring people back. We live in a very, very stressful world, and it's only going to get more stressful. The shit's not going to get any easier. It's just going to get monumentally worse. And as long as you know that, that's half the battle, And I think that, again, no offense, Carl, I think people like Carl, maybe people like me, maybe people like some of you guys, we see so much that the average fucking NPC doesn't see, and it can compound on us, and that's why every now and then we go through it. We really do crack, but then when we crack, a new version of us comes out until we get to a point where we potentially crack again, until another version of us moves forward. So we just build up a tolerance level. It's like being born and then being reborn and being reborn as we get to know exactly what's going on around us and seeing the reality of the world, and that can be really, really impactful on people that are quite sensitive and people that are quite delicate. It can. I was one of those people. I'm ready to take the fucking world on now, as I'm sure some of you are. But in order to get to where I'm sat, where I am now, where I'm sat now, and doing this, I've had to go through that, But what if it doesn't kill you, or if you don't kill you, you will only get stronger, and you'll be formidable. Well, I'm not saying I'm formidable. I'm just saying, in many ways, you will become formidable. You start to remember who you are, what you are, and that no one's got a right to tell you what to do. No one's got a right to push you around. Nothing. You are your own boss. You are your own God. But yeah, I'm sorry that that's happened to you, Carl, and I hope you're all right now. Dave, I found that I attained a level of freedom after getting sectioned, Carl. See, you're not on your own, Carl. That's what I'm saying. People like us that see so much that so many other people just literally cannot see. And then there are people out there that have an inkling, but they know it's so fucking overwhelming that they decide to put the blinkers on, not realizing that ignorance is not bliss, because it will catch up to you eventually. The reality of life will catch up to you. So you're better off taking it in your stride, accepting these rhinos, don't worry, I'm not losing my shit, accepting these rhinos that just come out of nowhere, knock you straight off your path. You get up, dust yourself off, back on the track until you get hit by another fucking rhino. But eventually these rhinos will just bounce off you. but we see so much. Our peripheral is so wide. It can be overwhelming sometimes. So I'm testament to that. Dave's testament to that. Carl's testament to that. It's nothing to be ashamed of, as long as you make it through. And you have. Otherwise, you wouldn't be engaging in the chat. That's progress. The authorities tend to see you as less of a risk when it's easy to discredit you. Yeah, and they do that a lot. Hope you're on the road to recovery, Carl. You're amongst friends here. You are. And that's a lovely thing to say, Michael. You're full of it, the lot of them. Carl, are you on anything? Are you on anything right now, mate? It's because we can see what's going on. Yeah, it is exactly. Yeah, you will never experience that. Well, I won't. You wouldn't believe what I've experienced. The truth does impact us on a deep level. It does, or way more than a lot of other people's levels. You know, it's, again, I'm not saying that we're better than other people. I'm not saying that they're better than us. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is that when you've got a certain sort of mindset and you see the world through certain eyes, with a certain perception of absolute undiluted reality, it can be very, very impactful. And it has been, and it is, you know. But the more we move along, the more tools we start to put into our toolkit for life that makes us able to deal with it all a lot easier. Easier. Yeah. I don't know what other words to use. It does make it a little bit easier. And again, like I said, you know, a while back, maybe we're taking on all of this extra, you know, pressure so that so many other people further down the line don't have to, you know, which I think is quite, what's the word I'm trying to think of? It'll come to me. Noble. And again, noble, that's an incredible word, and it's a word that just gets bounced around, and it shouldn't be, because it's a very powerful word, and it means something very profound. And part of that is being selfless, but then trying to learn to be self-full at the same time. Balance. You're 41. You're 41, Jordan. I had dental problems since at least 15. Also had a wedge of crunchy push apart. Had a wedge of crunchy push apart two upper and two lower teeth. No dentist when the shit hits the fan. No. This is why I swear to anyone that's prepping, get as much coconut oil in as you can, because so many people don't quite grasp just what that can do for your teeth and your gums. And don't floss. You know, you're carving away at your gum. Don't floss. You can buy toothbrushes that have got where the bristles are, you know, that's slightly pointed up there, slightly pointed up there. That's like a flossing toothbrush. They're fine. They're fine. But don't use floss. But use coconut oil at least every other day. just to oil pull. Put it in your mouth, teaspoon in your mouth. Even if it's solidified, it won't stay solid for long, not with the heat of your mouth. I mean, it will melt even quicker in a woman's mouth because the amount of energy that's generated by a woman's mouth, because they never shut the fuck up. They're just constantly, only joking, ladies. Have we got any ladies in? About to get a virtual kick in. But yeah, that oil, it'll soon melt, and then you just almost like you're slushing mouthwash around your mouth. Just push it in between your teeth, and if you've got sensitive teeth, it'll take care of that. If you've got gum disease, it'll start to take care of that. You've got to do it regularly, and try not to drink too much fizzy pop, shit like that. Because you're right, you're absolutely spot on. In a shit hits the fan scenario, there's no dentists, there's no GP, there's no surgeons, there's nothing, no vets. So when you really start to get your head around this and realize just what prepping is all about. Prepping is all about self-sufficiency. Now, city prepping is different. It is different because we've got a whole new level of other things to take into account that someone that's prepping in a rural setting wouldn't necessarily have to deal with. Not as intensely. But yeah, you've got to be self-sufficient in every way possible. I suppose I do try and be a silver linings kind of guy, Jordan. So because you've got some falsies, you've got a few less teeth to worry about. There you go. You can have that one for free. That's what my dad said. Pick yourself up and move on. It's the best thing to do, Cole. It really is. It really is. And as long as you keep moving forward, you'll start to build up momentum, and then you'll hit a brick wall. That's life. Either go around that brick wall or fucking smash straight through it and then build up momentum. You've already smashed through one brick wall. You'll hit another brick wall. You'll smash through that as well. It's all about not necessarily having a positive mental attitude, just having a realistic mental attitude and just having nothing get in your way. Nothing. But always try and hold on to your empathy and your compassion. Never lose them, because you'll just turn into a monster. And we need the opposite of what these bastards are. Forge new communities and let other people see that there are other ways of getting around this. There are other ways of living. And the more of us there are, the more we can go, fuck off, to our governments. They've only got the amount of power over you that you allow them to have. There's always a choice. But your dad sounded like or sounds like a smart guy, and that's tough love. When a parent says something like that to their son, daughter. Hugh, bye everyone. God bless you for being there for me. No problem, Hugh. You don't need to leave, mate. You can stay with us. Don't go. You've only just got here. But if you need to go, thanks for joining us for the short time that you did, mate. And don't be a stranger. You've all had good upbringings. Don't just assume stuff like that, Carl. You're just assuming that, my upbringing was terrible. So Anyway, yeah, don't give, no, never give in, never give in. Jordan, I believe it is Herb Bennett that helps with tooth pain. Herb Bennett? Do you mean Herb Robert? Do you mean Herb Robert, Jordan? Have a look. Have a double check, mate. That helps with tooth pain. I used to hate it not having teeth, but yeah, kind of see it as a plus these days. Yeah, no more extractions, no more root canal, no more cavities, no more infections. That's it. I've seriously considered paying privately and saying, right, take the fucking lot out and give me some dentures. I have. I really, really have. I was born with a condition where I was born with too many teeth. And I had about 6 or 7, and this was not baby teeth, 6 or 7 removed, grew back. And then as I got old, and then I had a proper phobia for the dentist then. And then in my mid-20s, I had 3 wisdom teeth removed, 2 replaced them. So that was 2 wisdom teeth taken out as a child, replaced. And then as adults, all adult teeth, as an adult, 2 more out, replaced. That's a tooth there. See that gap? I've got a tooth growing through there now. I'm like a fucking shark. You know, and I've gone through a stage where I was like, I wish I had perfect set of teeth. You know what I mean? I mean, lovely. But after a while, we start to think, do you know what? This is me. Embrace it. Embrace it. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. You are what you are. You are who you are. I've never had a problem with women, you know. Always been attractive women as well, even though I'm no Brad Pitt. Maybe I've always chosen women that aren't shallow fucks, you know. I like women with depth. I mean, look how young I was here. I don't know if you can make this out. You know, such a beautiful photo, that. And I remember that moment. And my first wife was beautiful. But I'm not all about, again, it works in reverse. You know, the woman doesn't need to be like drop dead gorgeous, but she's got to suit me. She's got to suit me, and I need to suit her. And that's why people should get back into the whole courting thing. So you get to know each other. You don't just like jump into bed and then decide, oh, should we try this again? Meet up again? Get to know each other first. The whole courting thing is very healthy. I've only done it once, and I lasted 20 years. And we'd still be together. I believe you've had a tough upbringing, Carl. It sounds, you know, it's coming through. That's rather an ignorant statement, Carl. Nothing about my upbringing. It was a little bit of an assumption, you know. I'm sure that he, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's move on from that. Bob Hunter. Is Hunter your surname, Bob, or do you literally hunt for bobs? Either way, much love, brother, and thanks for joining us. At Christian Warfare I spent many years in prison, but I was touched by the hand of love. It changed my entire life. I have never been the same. Love heals everything. I agree with that. Real love, you know. I'm not a religious man, Bob. Not at all. I am a spiritual man, but I'm not religious in any way, shape, or form. But whatever makes you feel light and positive, you know, you fill your boots, brother. Hello, Lee. You all right, matey? Back from Thailand. Yeah, I'm Sam, mate. I'm all right. We had a good time. Thailand's such a beautiful place. It's a paradise, absolute paradise. What's their currency? Is it bar? Bar. Lots of that in England, you know. Yeah. Shit dad joke. But yeah, good to have you back, Lee. I bet you tanned up to fuck whilst we're all pasty, you know. That's the same as I had with extra teeth. Oh, that's so. Do you know what? It's so interesting because I don't know anyone that's ever had this. I've never met another soul or looked up and found anyone else. Yet here you are. And I also have this. There's another weird thing that's like cold related. It's very hard to explain and not very pleasant. Never met anyone, did loads of searching online, couldn't find fuck all in relation to this. Went wild camping with Michael, and Michael has the same thing. You know, what are the odds? I do think that this, you know, I think everything happens for a reason. I really do. I really, really do. Connections. Glad you could turn your life around, Bob. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Really, really chuffed, mate. Really chuffed for you. Everyone deserves to feel love and everyone deserves to be happy. We are who we are till you stand, then we will see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. If you mean, you know, when we come to another crunch or when we hit another brick wall, how we get around that, or another massive impactful event in your life, and how we maneuver our way around that and deal with that. Yeah, it does. It tests your mettle, tests who you are, and galvanizes you if you allow it to. I now live with my beautiful cat and my heart is intact. Oh, it's so lovely. That's lovely. And you don't need to retract any messages, Bob. If you don't need to worry. Den, as in Dennis. Nice to meet you, Dennis. My herd of Dave loves his cats. You two can have a conversation together, you know. I do love puss. Oh no, don't matter. Sorry. We've got no ladies in the chat. That's what I mean. Blokes be blokes when we're with blokes, like women be women when women are with women, you know. You won't believe what they talk about. We get a rough idea. They're just as bad as we are. Keep me grounded. You're lucky to have a herd of cats. I mean, is it a herd? I know that like a load of geese is a gaggle. A load of crows is a murder. You've got a herd of sheep. So is it a herd of cats? Is it? No, it's a pride. It'll be a pride. I need to have a look now. There's some head fuckery going on here. Did you know a baby squirrel's called a kitten? Come on, yeah. What is the name for a large group of cats? Oh, it's not called a pride. That's just for lions then. I did think maybe that's just for lions. So a large group of cats. So Dave, you've got a clowder. Clowder. You've got a clowder of cats, mate, in your house or your flat or whatever. A clowder. Great chat up line, mate. That if you're not single, are you? And say, do you want to come in and have a look at my clowder? I'm like, are you being dirty? Yeah, Cloud. Hello, Maria. You're right, sweetheart. You've been hiding in the background. Yeah, it's mad. See, look, my phone's so slow. That's why it's got like, a few cracks on it and stuff. Because fuck, not really. But it is very, very slow. So you both got in there way before me. You were straight in there, like, what's a group of cats? Straight away. I like that. We've all learned something new. Dave probably knew that already. But I thought it's very, very interesting. A clowder. What the fuck? A clowder. Sure, it's not a clown. I don't know. Cats can be quite funny and quite vicious. Yeah. The text changed it. Changed it to what? You got it right. Oh, a chowder. I just noticed that. Oh no, Michael eats cats. Admit it, Michael. You eat cats, don't you? A pussy chowder. Sorry, Maria. Sorry. See, it was all lads. Now there's a lady in the chat. We're all like. Let's tone it down a little bit now. We'll get bitch slapped by her. Although I reckon Maria's like proper, like one of the lads anyway, if we're to meet her. I have 6, but there's another 6 that come for a feed. Oh my God, man. Wow. I mean, I've had a cat once, and she got ran over. So I never got one after that. But I have had a cat. They are lovely. They do take care of themselves to a big degree, whereas dogs, they do need you. They're like kids. They are like children. But when, up in the hills and stuff, I don't see many people with a cat for company up there, I don't see any. But I've been on campsites and people have brought their cats camping with them and they've gone around the campsite with their cats. I've been on a campsite where a bloke had a goose, a fucking great jocking goose, just walking around the campsite with it. It just walked alongside him. It's mad, crazy. I believe any person that loves cats or dogs is a kind, loving soul. Do you know what, Bob? I do think there's something in that. But then there are people that have cats for company, but neglect them. I do believe that there are people that have got dogs that are just massive dogs, just because it's an extension of what they're missing. They're like that. So they get a big dog. It's the same as a lot of blokes that go out and buy a big sports car. It's because they're just missing something. And they're so fucking shallow that they can't think about working on themselves instead of shelling out for a big sports car. But yeah, I think people who genuinely love their cat, genuinely love their bird, love their dog. When I say bird, I don't mean their missus. That goes without saying. Well, there's a lot of people that have got, you know, birds. Mandy, she's got an African grey, and it's so beautiful. They're so intelligent, and some of these birds can live 100 years plus. So you've got to take all that into account as well. And tortoises, you got, you know, when you're looking at getting something in, you know, exotic or non-exotic, you've got to think about how long is it going to live, and can I make sure that I can rehome this if I start to, you know, become frail and I can't, you know, take care of it anymore, and it's still got 50 years left to live, and I've got 5 on average or something like that. You know, these are things you need to take into account. But I do wish dogs would live longer. Cats live longer than dogs. They don't live long enough. Ladies in the house, exactly, Michael. Be careful, mate. I'm kind to cats and dogs. People, not so much. I think a lot of us can. Oh, Maria, I'm a lady. And I do believe you are, Maria. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm very much like that. I've got all the time in the world for anything other than people. But then, having said that, when I went to Farm Foods, there was a really beautiful, a really lovely, and again, this. Let me expand on that, right? So we can create incredible atmospheres everywhere we go. It's just that so many people can't be fucking bothered. You just want to get in, get out, get home. Because people do their heading. And I understand that. But dishing out those little money off vouchers in Farm Foods, it created a really lovely atmosphere. Because people saw consideration and compassion. And just like anger, hate, rage, all of these negative aspects of the human psyche, it's contagious. But so is compassion, so is empathy, so is love. More so, you know. I do try and spread positivity everywhere I go. I'm always polite. I'm always holding doors open for people. I'm always letting people out of junctions, and then I kick myself when they pull out and they wave to me with a fucking face nappy on. I'm thinking, oh, wish I'd remembered your license plate number. I'll never let you out again, you cunt. But generally speaking, I try and spread positivity everywhere. But people do wind me up. They do. Because I see so many people as part of the problem. This shit could be over and done with if they just woke the fuck up. But a lot of these people are NPCs. Again, let me put the link to that in the chat again. So anyone that's missed it has an opportunity to click on it and save it, because it's definitely worth a watch. It really is. Bear with me. All I need to do is just paste it in there. There we are. So if you get a chance to click on that and to watch it later on, you need to set aside a couple of hours, but it's very engaging, you know. And I don't know who the bloke is that's narrating it, but he's got a proper, it sounds like either a Nottingham or a Leicester or maybe a Coventry or more Nottingham accent. And even though it doesn't put on any airs and graces, which I quite like that, it's quite raw. So he's clearly a very smart man, you know, a clever man. But he's another one that can't pronounce the word specific, you know, and I find that entertaining. It's not that hard to say. Specific. Well, yeah, if you get a chance to watch that, please watch it, and yeah, maybe give me some feedback on what you think. So, Maria, how does it feel to be the only lady in a room full of men? So you are literally a fanny magnet. So sorry. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, you know? Get a lot of attention. Get a lot of attention here. We all want to buy you a drink. What are you having? What are you having, Maria? It's on me. Take your pick. Top shelf. Because you're a top shelf chick, you know? Only the best for you. I'll get you, but remember that the test of humanity is to learn to love everyone unconditionally. That's so lovely. You're so lovely, Bob. You know, I've never seen you pop up before, so I'm assuming that you're not subscribed to the channel. You've just kind of just happened across the live stream. But I just think you're a really lovely addition to the chat, because you're just a really positive guy, a really, really nice guy. I'm assuming that you've been through a lot to get to where you are now. And I think your comment, although being unbelievably beautiful, and I really, really mean that, there is, for example, if Jimmy Savile was still alive, I'm not going to love that cunt. It's not happening. Klaus Schwab, I'm not going to love him unconditionally. The royal family, I've got quite a significant list of people that I just simply cannot love, because they are arseholes. They're disgusting, despicable excuses for humans. So I do find it challenging, you know? So if you manage to pull that off, then good on you. Good on you. Oh, Maria, where did you? Oh, no, stay. Don't go. Don't go. We need you. You bring balance because you're female. Where's Alana? Oh, I'm glad you've subscribed, Bob. Honestly, you know, I don't think we're probably everyone's cup of tea, you know, because I think this is a bit different. But I quite like the fact that this is very different. And I said right from the start that I wanted this to be different. And we've achieved that as a collective. So you're a lovely addition. So welcome to our little tribe, Bob. Tribe. Right, let me just nip to the gents. I'll be right back. Oh, our Maria. I'll leave you to your laddery. I thought a laddery was somewhere where you go and buy ladders. Unconditional love is not dependent on anyone. So good that you said it 4 times. Yeah, unconditional is unconditional. And again, there are people in this world that are so dark that and they cause people so much damage. Yeah, if you're able to kind of put all that aside and still love, then good on you, mate. But I'm not capable of that. I see evil as evil, and that's it. That's it, really. Pretty straightforward for me. And I'm sure that the vast majority of people are like that as well. But I do get where you're coming from, because are you British? Are you British, Bob? Are you from England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales? Because from one of your earlier comments, I'm assuming that you're a Christian man. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I'm sure you must have experienced love at some point in your life, Carl, whether it ended badly or not, whether you was a recipient of it or whether you were, a giver of it, and love comes in a lot of different formats as well. I mean, the way I love my dogs different to how I love my dad. How I love my dad is different to how I love Sally. It's very different. There's different types of love, but love is very powerful and it needs to be promoted, and we need to see more of it. I did not mean to say it 4 times. It's all right, mate. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's fine. We have spelling mistakes and all sorts. I mean, Michael's talking about cat chowder. It's just spelling mistakes, pressing a button more than once because it's not registered once or whatever. You don't need to worry about any of that on live streams. None of it, because you're not judged. You're not judged. Everyone just gets along. It's a very special thing. I think it is. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about putting it on there 4 times. If anything, it's put a smile on my face. I think people are NPCs. I enjoy video games. So many similarities. Yeah, well, I think that's where the term came from, because of that specific reason. You go on a video game and say Grand Theft Auto or something like that, and you've got other players, and you can tell they're other players, but you can tell who the NPCs are. They're just it's like they're just pre-programmed. Now, again, in that link that I've just put back into the chat, it does kind of give a possible explanation as to how the NPC came about. It's very, very, very interesting. Very. And I could well believe it. So imagine a time where, genetic engineering is not something that's new. It just seems like it's something that's new and something that's advancing, but it's been around for a very long time. So if you've got, say, a genetically engineered human, right? We've all heard the term designer babies. That's genetically engineered to some degree. So if you go even deeper than that, if you've got proper, fully genetically engineered humans, and then you've got offspring of them, and then offspring of them, and then offspring of them. So great, great, great grandsons and granddaughters just walking around. The lights are on, no one's home. NPC. And then you've got people that survived horrific cataclysms that were fully human, you know, that experienced all of that, that had offspring, then more offspring, and then children of children of children of children, resulting in you that think, that feel, that have a soul. That's us. Tried explaining to someone how we could be in a simulation right over their head. Do you know what, Jordan? There are a lot of theories out there, like the flat Earth, and then the round Earth, and then there's the simulation theories. There's a few like floating around. And I had a little bit of a text conversation with Michael, and I just said that I'm not fixed onto any of them. I've never been to space and looked down on a beautiful blue marble floating through space. You know, there's a lot of kind of mathematics and stuff that don't quite add up. The flat Earth thing, most flat earthers, no offense to anyone that's a flat earther, I do get an air of cult-ishness about them. There's no moving their belief system. They are not prepared to budge in any way, shape or form away from their belief system because it's too uncomfortable for them. They've found an answer that they believe to be true and there's no budging. Now that's, to me, that's cult-like. So again, not intended to offend anyone, just giving you my perspective. Whereas me, I don't lock onto any of them. I keep an open mind as to all of them being possibilities. But if I was to lean towards one more than another, it would be the simulation theory. But again, I've got no evidence, no proof whatsoever of that. But if I was to lean in one direction, if I was told, right, look, you either pick one or you're going to die, I'll go, well, fucking kill me then. Don't force me. But if they ask me nicely, I'd say probably the simulation theory, because none of us are solid. And this binary, you can find binary in absolutely everything, everywhere. So who knows? But then if this is a simulation, who's created the simulation? And again, it goes back to the whole God theory. So if God created this, who created God? And who created the creator of God? And go on and on and on. So if we're in a simulation, who's controlling the simulation? And who's controlling the people controlling the simulation? And then you go even deeper, thinking about going right back. So who's controlling the people that are controlling the people that are controlling the people that are controlling the simulation? And then you've got us playing on video games, controlling a simulation. And you could get someone in a simulator to go and play on a video game to play on a simulator. So it goes way back that way, way back, way forward that way. I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit of a head fuck. But I do like to be tested. And then, you know, you have got people that believe that the earth was created in, you know, a few hundred days or whatever it was. And then there was Adam that was made from clay, and then God breathed life into Adam, and then they took a rib out of Adam and created Eve, and then they copulated and they had kids, and then their kids had kids, and Yeah, I can't. No offense to anyone that's a stern Christian, but I can't get my head around that. I'm afraid, because those kids that would have been brother and sister having sex. You know, go forth and multiply, brother and sister, or brothers and sisters, and then their offspring. You know, there are lots of theories out there. And you know, I'm sure that all I'm saying is I like to keep an open mind. Parachute, always best open. Keyboards get in the way. They do. Might be compassion. Compassion's lovely. Yeah, compassion is a beautiful human trait, but unfortunately, not everyone's got one. Not everyone's got. Or empathy. There aren't anywhere near as many empaths out there as I would like. But the whole empath thing, again, watch that video I posted in the chat. I'll post it again periodically, so anyone that's just joined in can click on it and watch it at some other point, and it might throw your current belief system into array. Again, just keep an open mind. That's all I ask of you. Woman loom at you as an energy source. Women loom at you as an energy source. Well, in a perfect relationship, Carl, your woman will draw on your energy and you draw on their energy. Like that. You know? But you don't take too much from her. She doesn't take too much from you. Unless it's a situation where she really needs to draw on your energy to make herself filled up, and then you fill yourself back up again. I hope that makes sense. But you know, if you've been in bad relationships, Carl, where you've had some really, really bad experiences with women, then I'm sorry about that, mate, but not all women are bad. You know, men can be bad. Men can be worse. Just different. We're just different. Just bookmarked that video. We'll give it a watch tomorrow. Yeah, let me know what you reckon, Jordan. Let me know what you reckon. I think if you're right up your street, mate, because I know you've got a deep mind, and I'm pretty sure all of you have. And yeah, it's just very, very intriguing. And yeah, I'm going to watch it again, because it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure I must have missed some bits. It's like one of those films where it's like, did you not pick up on that, and that? I'm like, no. And I watch it again. There's films that I've watched recently that it's like watching it for the first time. I mean, when the film The Matrix first came out, I watched that and I thought, wow, fuck me. And I knew that it was going to be a groundbreaking film because it was just so original. And then as we've moved through these turbulent times, it's become more and more relatable. So to the point where maybe they're not all analogies. Maybe that again, the simulation theory could come into play. But watching the Matrix the second time, it was third time, and then I watched it quite recently, and it was like watching it for the first time, because loads and loads of little things that I remember from the first, second, third, fourth, fifth time. I watched it a lot of times. There were things in there that made blatant sense that didn't make the same sense when previously watched. Anyway, I feel like I'm waffling. Mass formation psychosis, it's called. Yeah, it is. But why did it not affect me? And I mean, at all. I was a fighter through all of it. You know, even going to visit my wife in hospital and refusing to wear a mask and having sisters and nurses chasing me around with a box of masks. I'm like, fuck off. You know, and just telling them, I know the law. I can't wear one. I can't wear one. I'm not going to wear one because I can't wear one. And you're not allowed by law to ask me why. So I went in there armed with knowledge and law and sheer determination and defiance under immense pressure whilst watching my wife die. So, and then going into shops, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. You know, go up this one, go down that one. I'm like, no, I'm going the other way around. I'm going the other way around. You know, walk on this side of the pavement in this direction, and then cross over if you need to come back, go down this way. No, I'm walking down this way. And then I'm walking down that way. I walk however the fuck I want to walk when I want to walk. So I was not affected by mass formation psychosis. And I know lots of other people that weren't either. So what sets us aside? What makes us different? What's different about us? Why are we different? Because there's something there. There's a reason. Again, I've said in the past, there are strong people and there are weak people, and there is no middle ground. None. No middle ground. There's no compromise. You're either weak or you're strong. Now, some people are starting to open their eyes and see with real eyes, starting to realize. And people are waking up at different times, you know, in their own unique way, in their own different way. But even then, they're waking up and then following Tommy Robinson. What the fuck is wrong with you? Or believing in reform. You know, stuff that's blatantly obvious to us is straight over their heads. And they think they're awake. The term awake has just been used so flippantly, so like just tossed around like it's just sweets, cheap sweets. A truly awake person is someone that's got immense depth and a very open mind, you know. Hello, Johnny. You all right, mate? Thanks for joining us, my friend. You live in legends existing in this time and space. Is anyone familiar with the author David Icke? We're all familiar with him, mate. All of us. Again, there are people out there that think that he is part of this somehow. There are. I'm yet to be convinced of that, because he sort of makes a lot of sense. But then to a lot of people that are asleep out there, politicians make a lot of sense to them. So we're living through the most intense, fucked up psyop possibly in human history. And they're pulling out all the stops, every single possible opportunity to mess with people's heads. It's all out there. And we're here to try and decipher it all. So whether David Icke is part of this or not, who knows? But it does make a lot of sense. Again, he's way too out there for a lot of people to comprehend him. So, but yeah, everyone's familiar with him, Johnny. Rose, you are like me. I never complied. Good, Bob. Good. You know, and I tell you what, when we've had world wars and stuff like that, and people have had these very, very, very rare medals given to them, and I think that people that have managed to get through all of that without complying deserve some sort of medal. You know, recognition. Or do we? If we were offered a medal for that, would we accept it? I probably wouldn't. Because I know what I had to endure. You know what you had to endure. You know, we don't need a fucking medal to tell us. We know what we went through. People looking down their noses at us, people calling us spreaders, you know, and the irony, you know, the whole shedding thing. Who's the spreader? Who's the fucking spreader? Oh, anyway. But yeah, good on you, Bob. It took strength to be able to get through that and hold our own under immense pressure, you know. And but I've always said, and it's literal and figurative, that pressure literally makes diamonds. It does. And if you got through all that, you'll get through what's coming. You just need to prepare, just to take the pressure off yourself. Spirituality. Oh, I love that word because it's more than a word. Waking up earlier allows us to realize the dream and to see who is asleep. Oh, I love that, mate. If it wasn't so long, I'd have it on a t-shirt. That's beautiful, Jordan. Yeah, I totally get that. I think most people will get that. Well, a lovely way of putting it. Yeah. Oh, Bob, are you being serious about Tommy? Oh, I hope you're not. And even if you are, you'll find out in your own time. You'll find out at your own pace. The cracks are already showing. Cracks that I was trying to point out quite a while back. And yeah, you know, I had my fair share of people jumping on me. Don't you slag off my hero. I need a hero. The hero is in the mirror. That's your hero. So Tommy Robinson is just a grifting, traitorous, lying bastard, just like all of his friends. And there was a point where I turned around and said, I've not quite made my mind up about him. I'm not part of a Tommy Robinson fan club in any way, shape or form, but I'm yet to see any faults as yet. So even then, I've not committed myself to liking him, whereas there are people out there that I've committed myself to liking. Again, it's chemistry. It's vibrations, you know. Again, if someone's sincere and genuine and honest and really, really they are, everything that it says on the tin, sometimes good or bad, as long as they're honest, you feel it. And I could never quite get there with Tommy Robinson, and that was in the early days. But the more I learned and the more I listened and the more I watched, the more I saw. And I stand by what I say. The guy is a cunt. But, you know, honestly, Bob, you look at the 3 million people that went to London last year. That's 300. I don't think there were 3 million, but again, these are all people that think they're awake. So what we're going to have to do here, Bob, is be gentlemen and agree to disagree. That's, you know, and then just draw a line under it and then move on. And hopefully at some point you'll think back and you'll get where I'm coming from now, you know? Yeah, he's not what you think he is. Something is happening in the metals market. Wednesday gold was about 5,000, silver 86. Today gold 3,500, silver at 62 quid. Yeah. Do you know what? I was thinking about that earlier on, Michael, and I took that sovereign down to one specific shop, right? There's like Cash Monkey and there's just like any other, you know, high street in any town now. It's just bookies, charity shops and pawn shops, you know, where you've got an entire, like loads of displays of wedding rings and stuff like that people have gone in there and they're like, I need to feed my kids. I just see a display of misery. And I don't go in there. I go into a jeweler's where anyway. So I was thinking about the fact that I went into that shop and sold that sovereign at exactly the right time, because if I'd have taken that in, say, today, I would have got about 700 quid for it instead of 920 odd quid for a coin that I spent just over 200 quid on. I made £700 profit on a coin I bought 2.5 years ago. But again, if I'd have taken it, but all these are dodgy little corrections. They're called corrections. I see it as manipulation. But it's impossible to keep it down. There's an analogy that's been used quite a lot about gold and silver. And it's like a beach ball, right? So it's a beach ball, gold or silver, right? And you're holding it underwater. And it just wants to come up. It wants to come up. And eventually your arms, which is the establishment, their arms start aching so much, they have to let go. Poof, out of the water. Again, copper. I knew that copper was going to start to fly. So I bought that particular copper bar for 45 quid delivered to my home, all in 45 quid, and the exact same copper bar sold for 202 quid plus delivery within 2.5 months, 2.5 months. So I knew, again, it's all about looking at patterns, you know. Now I'm quite tempted to start looking into stocks and shares, because lithium mines, you're not going to lose. Gold mines, copper mines, silver mines. And the more investment these mines get, the more equipment they can get in there to get it out quicker. Because what's left in the ground in regards to silver and gold is very, very difficult to get out now. very difficult. So it's more expensive. But they can't get it out quick enough for demand. But isn't that interesting, Michael? You know, what a significant drop. Massive. But there are loads and loads of people that are just melting down copper wiring now, making it into blocks like this. So this isn't as pure as the one I've got hidden away. That's now worth about. Yeah, I've got another one that in my watch list from the same smelter, the same smelter, the same place that melts the copper down to a very, very, very fine purity, right? The same one as I've got, the one that's sold for 202 quid. There's another one that's on eBay now that's selling, and it's at about 140 quid now with 6 days left. Copper. Again, anything before 1992, 2 pence coins. So almost solid copper. And again, I'm looking at stuff like that because it's stuff that most people aren't looking at now. Most people aren't looking at stuff like this because they're still looking at the really, really pure stuff. But when all the pure stuff's been bought up and hoovered up, people are going to start looking at this. And when they start looking at stuff like this, the price of this stuff's going to go through the roof. So I'm trying to stay ahead of everything. And it's not like I'm just buying shit that, I mean, what am I going to do with that? Paperweight, doorstop. So it's not like I'm spending my money on shit that I'm never ever going to use. All I'm doing is taking my money out of fiat and putting it into something that's worth something. Taking it out of a pointless piece of plasticky paper and turning it into something that's worth something. That's just going to appreciate. Just wish I hadn't bought that van. Because that's nearly 20 grand's worth of van that I've shelled out, 20 grand. And it's probably worth about, as it stands, about 4. But I bought that when my head was a mess. A couple of months, literally 2 months after losing my wife. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was in a mess. So, but we live and learn, you know. Yeah, we can all agree to disagree. And I think it's, I think that's a lovely thing because, you know, if someone's got like a very, very firm belief on something and your belief system is countering that, that's one of the problems that we've got with weak-minded people out there is that there is no compromise. You can't, it's like, no, you don't see things like how I see them, so I don't want anything to do with you, or you don't see anything that you don't see things the way that I see them because my version of the truth is the truth, so I don't want anything to do with you. When in actual fact, one of the biggest problems we've got in society is that the vast majority of us have all got something in common. We all want to just get on and live a happy life, but we end up getting split up and spliced off and divided up into you're in that religion, you're in that religion, you're in that religion, you're that skin color, you follow that, you're that skin color, you eat that sort of food, you eat dogs, you know. Whereas the vast majority of humanity have got more in common than not. And if everyone realised that, all this shit would be over. But unfortunately, we live in a world where we've got, you know, millions of people across the country following someone that's just fake, that doesn't give a fuck, you know, an Israeli asset and a grifter. And Danny Tomo, which is one of Tommy Robinson's friends, you know, he's been well and truly caught out. And then you've got Gurmit Singh, who I've met. He knows I don't like him. He's another grifting cunt. Anyone that's associated directly with that man, you are who you hang around with. Anyway, Thumb of Epicness. I fucking love that username. That's so good. I'm going to change my username to something better now because you've belittled me. It's like, have some of that. Epic as fuck. Love it. Much love, my friend. Thank you for joining us. It is really Friday this time. It is this time. Yeah. It's the Friday after the Friday, you know. It's Friday, the Friday that comes after Friday. Yeah, I can't believe that. It was so embarrassing. I felt so embarrassed. You know, I felt so, oh my God. I wanted to just curl up and just go. When I said, right, anyway, okay, so it was lovely to see you all. And I was so tempted to end the live stream at that moment. But I just sucked it up, you know, because it wasn't so bad. Because if it was, if I'd have done that on a Saturday and thought it was a Friday, that would have been way worse because I would have lost a day. Somehow I would have lost a day, but I gained a day, you know. And we got to get 2 live streams. So it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, but you're right. Thumb of Epicness. Yeah, oh my God. What I'm doing. Oh dear. Oh yeah, it's Friday, love. I had to check yesterday. I know. It's when I can't remember who mentioned it first. It might have been you, Jordan. And I just kind of like it went in, you know, but and sort of moved around a little bit. Then I kind of moved on, and then someone else mentioned it, and I thought, I've really fucked up here. Oh, it will go back up. It's unstoppable now due to demand. Exactly. Yeah. Whenever anything, it's like, so, and that's a perfect example and a good segue into this, right? If there's only a finite amount of cash knocking about, then a £5 note is worth £5, you know, possibly even worth £5, worth £5 in weight of sterling silver, 92.5% silver. But because of QE, quantitative easing, just print shitloads more money, then there's loads and loads more money out there. So because it's in such abundance, that £5 note is suddenly worth £2. So when there was less money around in circulation, £5 could get you £5 worth of stuff. This is where a lot of people don't make the connection. Whereas if you've got an abundance of money, shitloads of it just floating around like confetti, like Monopoly money, then that £5 is not going to get £5 worth of stuff anymore. It's going to get £2 worth of stuff, but it comes across in price hikes. So the price of everything goes up. There's a lot more to it than that, but I'm just trying to make it a simple analogy. So what you could get for £5, say a year ago, you can only get the same amount a year ago as you could get for £2 a year ago. Whereas with copper, there's only a finite amount of it. You can't print copper. You can't print gold or silver or platinum or palladium. So, and when everyone's after it, I mean, look at copper. Copper's gone. So there's going to be less of it available for other people. And because the people that are holding copper know that, they'll hold on to it and think that it's just going to go up and up and up, and it probably will, to the point where what's left available, the slightly cheaper stuff, that's going to start going up. With silver, I started off with, I've got a couple of ingots, you know, but mainly Britannias, because they're recognizable, and I've got a testing system to make sure it's all genuine. So if anyone tries to flog me one, I'll test it. If it's not genuine, there'll be hell to pay. And then I thought, right, silver's gone through the roof. I don't want to buy anymore because it's too expensive. So I started looking at other things, pre-1920s coins, like the threepence, the sixpence, the fourpence, which is even older. And that's 92.5% silver, almost pure silver. So they were all cheap. So I was buying them in bulk because no one else was looking at them. And then I started looking at 1972 German Olympic Deutschmark, almost pure silver. No one was looking at them. But now everyone's cottoning on. But I try my level best to stay ahead of the curve. And as long as I stay ahead of the curve, as much as I possibly can, I'll pass that information on to you so that you can be ahead of the curve. We're all here to try and help each other for free, to try and encourage each other, share information, share knowledge, share wisdom. You know, because then that'll enable us all to give us an even better chance moving forward. You know, and it costs nothing. Nothing. Again, this is why I get annoyed at some prepping channels that monetize their channels, and then they have, or, do you know, in fact, like, monetize your channel, go for it, but don't have a members section where it's only members only. You know, you're such a cunt if you do that. You're a cunt. I think that's taking it a step too far, because as far as I'm concerned, the prepping community is just that. It's a community. It's a sub community of people that have got their eyes wide open, and that should be encouraged, harnessed, and appreciated. You know, we should be helping each other for free. Because the end goal is to hopefully get loads of other people seeing, to some degree, because discretion is absolutely important, you know. You know, you don't want to give too much away, but to get yourself into a position where you're able to operate outside of the digital ID beast slavery system and see that it can be done, for others to see that it can be done, then that's part of the fight back. Leading by example without wanting to lead. Where was I? I'm so sorry about that. I went on one there. With gold being amazing at conducting electric and in space applications, makes me wonder why ancient people worshipped it. I think there's just something, there's a magnetism to gold. You know, we're sort of drawn to it. My shiny precious. I always think that I'm probably creeping a few people out when I do that, and it hurts my throat. But I don't think it's anywhere near as good a conductor as silver. In fact, I know it's not. Gold has other properties that silver doesn't have. Silver has properties that gold doesn't have. But because gold's more rare than silver, it's more expensive. It's more difficult to find, even more difficult to find now, because there's only about an estimated 30% of gold is still in the ground. The rest has been mined. It's already out there, you know. And the same applies to silver, more or less. Well, we don't really know, because silver is usually found by accident when they're mining for gold or copper or tin or lead. You know, it's just like, oh, we found some fucking silver. That's it, you know. But there's always been a draw towards gold. And again, I could go down some right deep, dark, not dark, some weird rabbit holes with you on that as well, you know. That the Sumerians kind of, yeah. I'm sure you've already had those thoughts already, Jordan, you know, which I like. What happened to Bob's unconditional love? Where's Bob gone? Is Bob gone? That's a good point, though, Michael. All it took was a disagreement, no debate, then it was conditional. Such a shame. That's a really good point. He might still be listening, mate. I don't know. He might be listening and thinking, you know, maybe. Who knows? I try not to jump to conclusions, but you do make a very valid point there, brother. I did not know your name until I saw it in the comments. Good to meet you, mate. I'm a plumber, trained at People's College, Nottingham. Oh, Nottingham lad. I'm a Nottingham lad. Back when they used to do like apprenticeships weren't that uncommon, and they were such a good idea. And youth training schemes, that was a scam, you know. You're just a gopher for what about £37 or something a week. Slave labour, that's all that was. But apprenticeships, they were good, you know. And whenever someone says, I'm a plumber, you know, I just think of porn stars. It's like, you know, like a cheesy porn film. Don't worry, Johnny, I'm going to big you back up again. Where you got like these really, really terrible acting, apparently. It's like, I'm dripping all over the place. I'll just go get my wrench. However, one of the best jobs you could possibly have right now is to be a plumber. Because you're going to be so highly sought after, because burst pipes are going to become a massive problem. Look at what's happening in America, right? It's just blanketed in ice, or a big chunk of it is. And that was the first wave. The second wave's coming in, which is even worse, even colder. You won't believe how many millions of Americans are still without electricity. You know? Imagine that. Personally, bizarrely, I would love a situation like that, where it's like, okay, you know, that fucking kick up the arse. Get all of my rechargeable motion censored lights switched on, that I recharge every month, every single month. First day of the month, I get them all down, recharge every single one of them, stick them all back up again. And these lights, they come on as I'm approaching, and then they go off behind me after 10 seconds. And by then, the next one in front of me has come on. That goes off behind me 10 seconds later, and then the next one comes on. So it's lighting up as I'm walking around the house and then going off behind me. and then I invested in a multi-fuel stove, and I've got access to wood down the road. I can just help myself to it, and I've stocked up on coal. So I've got 3 water butts that's connected. So 200 litres, 200 litres, 200 litres, and at the bottom of the garden, off the shed, another 200 litres. So I've got water nailed. I've got warmth nailed. I can also cook on that multi-fuel stove. Now, again, this is I sound like I feel like I'm sounding like I'm bragging now, and I don't like that. Because it's not like that. I've just thought ahead. But plumbing, yeah. So getting back to plumbing, I know fuck all about plumbing. Nothing. I've got a dripping tap in my kitchen that's been doing my head in for God knows how long. I've just not got around to sorting it out. It probably just needs a washer, you know. But that deep freeze is going to start happening over here. You know, what happens in America comes over here, whether it's orchestrated or not. Whether all of this is some sort, I do believe that was orchestrated. I do believe that was weather warfare. I do. On their own people. But there are a lot of other things that are happening around the world weather-wise that could be put down to the runaway effect that these fucking crazy, stupid, fucked up, crazy, batshit bonkers scientists have thought, oh, don't worry about that. Let's see what happens. You know, so they manipulate the weather, and then they don't think about the long-term effects of them fucking up what was a finely tuned system. Oh, man, I'd love to fucking snap their necks. Make the world a better place. Or maybe I should just love them unconditionally. But yeah, you've got a very, very good trade there, Johnny. Really, really, really good. And I'm telling you, mate, if the grid goes down, electricians are going to be out of work. What the fuck are they going to do when there's no actual electricity supply coming to your home? What's the point in fixing something that's not going to make any difference? Whereas plumbing is plumbing. You know, we've all got water coming into our houses. Again, that's even our water supply is pumped via electrically powered pumps. So when all these pumping stations go down as well, then the pressure. I know you already know all this, Johnny. I'm just saying that when the pressure goes, that's it. That's it. You know, if you know that there's a power outage, plug your bath. Plug your bath. That's the first thing you should do. Plug your bath. Run the tap. Fill it up right to the brim, and make sure that plug fits snug. You know, that's a lot of litres of water that you've got in your bath. You know, first thing you do. If there's a power outage, assume that it's long term. Assume that it's a permanent thing. This is how preppers should be thinking. Imagine this is it. Fill the bath up. If you've not got a bath, fill all your sinks up. Or just fill as many containers up as you can to add to the water you've already got set aside. Bye. Now is your opportunity. But I'm not a financial advisor. I agree. And it's a shame that we have to say that, Michael, you know, that people can't use their own, you know, because I don't want anyone going, I bought some gold. I bought an ounce of gold for £5,000 because of that Rose Hippie bastard. Now it's only worth £4,000. I've lost £1,000. It's his fault. He told me to do it. No, I suggested it. you're a fucking retard, and you should know that there's always risks involved. Anyway, thanks for the tip. Going to hold on to it. I can't remember what that was about. Trained back in the 1980s. Still got my old VHS tapes. Have you still got a VHS player though? Because it's only recently that I sold mine, because I had loads of VHS tapes. I've still got loads of tapes, proper tapes, and a tape player. But yeah, I do like to have a physical copy of films and music and, you know, all sorts of stuff like that, videos from camcorders. Oh, I love all that stuff. Old school, mate. It's all coming back, by the way, Johnny. You know, people are remembering. People are going back to that. Everyone's sort of, anyone with a brain, you know, who misses the old days, misses what bit of community spirit that we used to have, and misses lots and lots of stuff, you know. And so many people are going back to that now, which is great, you know. That something just popped into my head, so I was going to get it off my chest whilst I'm here. So TikTok was bought out, let's just say by Israel, so they can control the narrative, right? They've lost billions almost overnight because people are like, fuck off. And they've just left TikTok. And that, I love that shit. You know, it's little things like that we should be paying attention to and looking at, you know, as just one more scratch for humanity, one more notch for humanity. Fuck you, Israel. Love it. Hello, Leslie. You're right, sweetheart. Evening, Squire. Oh, I do like to be called Squire. I like that. That's very English. Oh, I feel like I need to go and get a tweed 3-piece suit. I've always wanted one of them. Watched you last night. Got me well confused with the day. I'm so sorry, Leslie. I'm just such a tard sometimes. I've got so much going on, as you have, as we all have. There's so much going around in our heads, but we're taking it in our stride. But unfortunately, every now and then I will make the occasional little fuck up, like a complete wrong day, you know. But I kind of quite like the fact that it confused you as well, you know. I don't like to be on my own with confusion, you know. It's something that I like to share. So thank you for being part of that. Oh dear. Taking up your advice regarding fermentation, brilliant. You won't regret it. You won't regret it, and neither will your body. Your body will love it. It'll be a hug for your body, especially your gut. Also going to be planting artichokes wildly. You mean Jerusalem artichokes? Yeah, Jerusalem artichokes. People aren't. No one's going to look at a Jerusalem artichoke and go, "That's edible." Especially when it's wild, when it's been planted wild. If someone came into my garden and saw Jerusalem artichokes growing out of a pot, because if you want to, because they can take over, they can, and they come around and see me Jerusalem artichokes planted in tubs in my garden, they're going to know that there's a reason for that. They'd know. But you take them out of tubs and plant them in the wild, no one's going to look at that plant and go, "That's edible, that is, thank fuck, because I'm starving." I know nettles are edible. I know that Jack by the Hedges is edible. I know dead nettles are edible. I know hawthorn's edible. I know this is edible, that's edible, that's edible, that's edible, right? They're not going to look at Jerusalem artichoke and go, "I'm going to eat that." Not happening. So if ever there was a plant, again, I think legally I need to say, don't plant Jerusalem artichokes in the wild, because they are prolific and they will grow like bastards. They'll grow like mad. They'll take over. So don't do it. There you go. That's my get out of jail card. But those tubers, I don't know if anyone's ever tried Jerusalem artichoke. They're quite nice. You know, I'm quite fussy about trying new things. But they're all right. It's like potato. It's a bit like potato, but like with a smoky, bit of a smoky flavour to it. So if anything, they're nicer than potatoes. So you plant a tuber this big, right? Within a couple of years, you've got about 4 or 5 square feet of tubers. You know, maybe more. You know, maybe I'm just kind of erring on the conservative side. Just saying. And the tubers aren't that deep either. You don't need to dig deep to get them out. And then, you know, what you've managed to double from one tuber, double, triple, quadruple, and then some, and then some, and then some. All you need to do is dig out what you need and then just take one tuber from what you've grown, plant it somewhere else. I've got loads of plants on the go growing now from seed, ready to take out. So even people, I know that it's going to be more difficult for some people than others. I understand that. And I've always said that if you're in a certain situation where you think that me mentioning that, and that's not going to work for you, contact me. Let me know what your situation is. My email's there. Would you mind putting it up for me, Michael, if you don't mind? I'd appreciate that, mate. So Michael's going to put my, if he doesn't mind, put my email address up there. If you're in a situation where you're thinking, I don't really know, I live in a flat, 10-story high, there's no green open spaces near me, email me. Tell me what your situation is, and we'll come to a solution. We'll find solutions. We will. It's a city prepping channel. And I'll try my best. I will. There it is. Thank you very much, Michael. Much appreciated. That's my email address. So if you want we'll come up with something. We'll find something. We'll find a way. There's always a way. Always a way. I don't like people that turn around and go, I can't do it because of this. I can't do it because of that. Fuck that. That's not the right attitude to have. That's a shit attitude. With an attitude like that, you are going to fail. Guaranteed. Because you've set yourself up to fail. Don't fail. Be right back. There's a solution for everything. There really is. I can appreciate that stockpiling food requires space. If you're living in a bed sit, that's going to be a challenge, but it's still doable. There's so much you can do. If you're thinking of gardening, if you're trying to grow your own food and you've only got a little bit of a patio, there's so much you can do. So much. Take advantage of nature and take advantage of space. So if you've got a patio that's, say, 10 square feet, then grow stuff that grows quite tall, and then grow stuff around that doesn't mind shade, and then grow stuff from hanging baskets off fences in your house. I've got thousands and thousands of ideas in my head. You know, if you're struggling, let me know. Hello, darling. When I first set this channel up, it was I was in quite a dark place, you know, because I saw what was coming. You know, I knew that Sally had a death sentence. You know, there was so much happened. COVID just, you know, made everything so much worse. And the channel kept me going. So I think it would be nice to give something back. I've got this this ethos where you pass it on. So if someone helps you out, help them out, you know. And I like that. You know, if I let someone out, just a ridiculous, like cheesy little analogy. If I let someone out of a street, you know, if I slow down, let them out, there's loads of traffic, no one's letting them out because they're all ignorant cunts, selfish bastards, right? I let them out. And then further down the road, there'll be another car that wants to come out and they'll flash them to come out. You know, they've passed it on. Pass it on. So I feel indebted to the people that have come and gone on this channel for keeping me going. Well, yeah, anyway, yeah. So you're right, Leslie. It is a great plant to plant, and no one will look at it and no one will take it. So, I mean, things like turnips and beetroot and stuff like that, planting that, you know, out and about in a local park or something like that, people are going to look at that. They're going to take it. You know, garlic, you can get away with garlic because the bulbs are under the ground. People might think, is that a crocus? Crocuses are poisonous. So are daffodils. Yeah, I know. And they'll leave it alone. They will. So you've got a good chance with garlic as well. Garlic will grow anywhere. Garlic doesn't give a fuck. And garlic's one of the most healthy foods you could ever imagine to eat. You know, I eat you know, a couple of segments of garlic a day, every day. I chop a good segment like that, right? I'll chop it up into 3 chunks. Some people finely slice it and then just take it in bits, right? Your stomach acids will just dissolve that, and you'll still get some benefit from that. Whereas I'll chop it up into big chunks. That way, it takes longer to digest. So it's prolonged, it's slow release, you know. And great, again, that's another thing that's great for your gut biome. Garlic, and ginger. And you can grow your own ginger, but it's got to be as a habit. It won't survive. And you need to plant it ginger very shallow, just maybe an inch of soil above it. That's it. You know, just grow and grow and grow and grow. And then you just take 3/4 of it off after one growing season, and then leave that quarter in that's still got the plant coming off it. And then, you know, if you've got like 5 or 6 of them growing around your house, you've got a constant supply of fresh ginger, which is one of the most important things you can grow. That and garlic. But garlic, again, garlic will grow anywhere. Oh, I'm going right off. With your wood stove, have you thought about making fire briquettes from cardboard, sawdust, etc.? I have thought about that. But I'd need some sort of cast, some sort of dye. to yeah. But then I've the thing is, I've got an endless supply of stuff to be able to burn on that. An endless supply. Just down the road, there's a little bit of woodland. You know, it's nothing significant, but it's yeah. I've got plenty of stuff that I can burn. Plenty of stuff, and you wouldn't believe how much coal I've got. It's smokeless coal. Because of the area that I live in, and again, they're going to try and come around and say you can't burn that anymore. I'll fucking kill them. I'll kill them. Anyone that comes into my house, whether they've got a warrant or they've not, you know, if they're here uninvited and they manage to get into my house, they're fucking mine. They're mine. They'll fucking disappear. I'm sick and tired of living in a world as a grown-ass man with plenty of life experience being told what I can and can't do. I know what I can and can't do. I know I've got a very defined, you know, I know the difference between right and wrong. You know, I abide by natural law. Natural law is the only law that anyone needs to abide by. Don't steal people's shit. Don't kill people. Don't harm animals unless you're gonna eat them. You know, it's very basic. It's very simple. Everything's just been complicated now with acts and statutes that mean fuck all. I'm not going to abide by them. So I understand car insurance. If I take someone's car out and it's my fault, I should pay for that. And insurance helps me with that. But then the insurance companies are ripping everyone off. Yeah, Carl, did you go to uni? I normally make some to do barbecues. We'll hopefully make a load more this year. I do make my own little firelighters. So does Michael, you know, and it's very easy to do, very simple to do. I've got loads of different types of fuel and stuff like that. If this house catches fire, they ain't putting it out. I'm telling you now. I don't care how many fucking fire engines they manage to get down the street. They're not putting this house out. It's going to be gone. Yeah, Johnny, I'm a relatively seasoned prepper now. I've got loads of different ways of purifying water. I've got a distiller that runs off electricity that I use every day. I know that most of you guys have already seen this, but Johnny hasn't, so I'd like to just show him. Again, it is a prepping channel. You see that, Johnny? Oh shit, there's water in that. So this is a 20-litre off-grid distiller. So I can turn, admitted, it is a bit too big, but a few people have been out and bought them off the back of me showing that. But I think they've gone for smaller models, which are a lot more practical. But I can distill water off grid. I do currently distill water on grid. I've also got 4 Sawyer minis, which are brilliant, very practical, and go forever. But they don't filter out chemicals, just bacteria and viral particles, if you believe in viruses. So yeah, I've got lots of, and I've got a Berkey water filter as well. But I use that'll only be used when the lights go out initially, because the filters are so expensive. This is why. But then there are pros and cons to every single water purification filtration system. Pros and cons to all of them. The one I'm using at the moment uses a lot of electricity. The one that's off grid will use a lot of fuel, because you've got to keep it up to temperature and then keep the water in the top chamber where it all condenses. You've got to keep that cool. So you've got to have a water pump running off a generator. And then you've got your Berkey filter, where the filters are so expensive. And then the market is also flooded with fake filters. And then you've got your Sawyer minis, which can't filter out chemicals. So there are pros and cons to them all, but I've tried to get as many angles covered as possible. You can't survive more than 3 days really without water before you start getting fucked up. We're approximately 70% water. Some people are a lot more than that. But anyway. On it like a car bonnet. I do love that saying. Jordan, did you see the PooTube video on compressing wet cardboard using a silicone sealer gun? Very good briquettes. Oh, Michael, if you can find that again and send it to me, mate, I'd really appreciate that. Oh, that's lovely, Johnny. And we love you too, man. It's all about the love here. It's all about the love here. You know, we do get some people that come in and they'll kind of, you know, sometimes they'll bring the mood down a little bit, and we try and bring them up. We do try. We do. We don't just kick people out, but eventually sometimes we have had to do that, because it's starting to destroy everything. There's nothing. We've tried every single angle. Loads of people coming in from loads of little angles to try and lift them up, and it's just bang, 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 bang. And they've had to go, you know. But we do try. It's all about the love. It's about community. It's an online community, you know. You've fitted in lovely. You really have. Your channel brings us together as a tribe. Together we are strong. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. And we all bounce off each other. Again, we've all got the same. We've all got so much in common. We've all got the same issues to face. And again, you know, some of you all know stuff that I don't know. I'll know stuff that you don't know, and we all share that information, and it makes us one. You know, and that's priceless. I used to term pay it forward. You and the chat helped me last year. Since sense and kind people at the end of a difficult week. Mate, I'm so glad. Again, you guys have got no idea how much you've helped me. You know, fuck me. I never expected such a. But then you don't, do you? You know. So, just thank you. I made my briquette press from a few bits too before. Oh, right, yeah. So all I need is some clamps, really. I've got loads of pallet wood. I've got loads of pallets. One man's trash is another man's treasure, and pallet wood is, you can make furniture out of it, you can make repairs out of it, you can make raised beds out of it, you can make presses for it to make your own briquettes. And that's just tip of iceberg. Just seen your message, Michael. Yeah, I seen it. Was going to try a silicone gun. Yes, bloody hell, mate. Yeah, right. Life is life. It's how you deal with it and how you come out the other side that matters. You know, just become a fighter with a big heart, and you'll be all right. Been looking to make a new press. That seemed a good idea. We'll do a video how it goes. I'd really appreciate that, Jordan. If you can make it as simplistic as possible for someone, well, like me, I'd really appreciate that, mate. Because, yeah, I mean, I've got my dad, regardless of what I say to the guy, you know, I say, Dad, look, you know, these newspapers are fiction. They're full of shit, full of lies mixed in with slight truths to make it sound believable. And he'll buy newspapers and then pass them to someone else, and then they buy different newspapers, they pass them on to him, and then when he's done with them and he's read them all, he bundles them all up. So I suppose, actually, you know, maybe I should be glad that he's reading this. No, I'm not happy about that at all. But it is what it is. You know, he's set in his ways, and but he brings me loads. He brings loads and loads of newspapers, and I'll scrunch them up to get fires going. Doesn't take much to get a fire going. If you get a really decent, efficient, you know, stove. But again, the only reason I could afford to get a stove fitted was off the back of losing Sal. You know, how fucking sad is that? So, but if you can afford to get one and you get one installed, have a word with the installer and say, right, I don't want you telling the local council. I don't want it registering. And that's a mistake I made. But is it a mistake? You know? Do you want to come around my house and tell me that I can't burn wood on my fucking stove to stay warm? Give it a go. Give it a go. Give it a go. But it's definitely a great investment if you can afford to do it. It really is. Even better if you can do it yourself. You can fit it yourself. You'll save thousands. Because the actual units themselves aren't that expensive. In fact, you could get one fitted into maybe a dining room or something like that, and just bore a hole straight through your wall for the smoke to go out. And there's not that much smoke, not really, not if you've got a good stove. Or I'm thinking about other ways to keep your house warm. Stoves are the best because you can go out and just source wood here, there, and everywhere. Anything to wood. Anything that burns, any wood that burns, skips, stuff like that, anything, you know, felled trees, anything, it'll burn. But I've got several diesel heaters as well. I bought one for the van, but then I've got an Eberspatcher, which is a dog's bollocks, German made. And I paid 500 quid for that, just for the diesel heater, not the tank or anything like that, or all of the other bits, all the gubbins that go with it. It's just the actual unit itself, £500. That's worth easily £1,000 now. But I won't sell it. But diesel heaters, the amount of diesel that you actually use for the amount of fucking heat that you get is ridiculous. These things are incredible. I'm just burping turmeric. But things to burn generally are in abundance, whereas diesel, you know, the world we're headed towards, well, we're in World War III now. It's just not been made official. So whenever you've got conflict going on around the world, it drives the price of oil up. Now, oil is obviously needed for petrol and diesel. So I do urge everybody, again, trying to stay ahead of the curve. As soon as Iran is attacked, and it's coming, you're going to see the price of fuel go through the roof, possibly even shortages. Now, I got into the habit off the back of COVID, and I bought jerry cans. So diesel is very, very easy to store. Petrol, it's got quite a short lifespan, a year tops. Whereas diesel, you know, who knows? You know, you get people going down to scrap yards and stuff because they need a new engine for their RAV or a new engine for their Land Rover or whatever, and they've got one there. And the Land Rover itself, or whatever vehicle, whatever diesel vehicle it is, it's been there for years and it's fucked. It's an absolute write-off, but the engine's all right. So they can just rig it up to a brand new battery, and it will start up. It will start up. It will use the diesel. It will just use the diesel, no problem. No problem. It's different with petrol. So diesel will store for a very long time. Petrol, a year tops, absolute tops. That's pushing it. You can get you can get stuff that you can put into petrol to make it last a bit longer, like a preservative, but even then, you know, it's not much. A couple of extra months. So diesel, as long as you can keep getting hold of diesel, a diesel heater is a backup heating system for your home. And they're not noisy. They're noisy when they start up, but once they've started up, they purr. They just purr. And the heat. I got a cheap Chinese diesel heater for the van, and I got it working, and then it stopped working, you know. And then I got another one that started working, then it stopped working. Don't get a cheap Chinese one. Go get a decent one. An e-dispatcher I would recommend. They'll last forever. And it's just an alternative way to heat your home, as long as you can keep getting hold of diesel. And it's cheaper than getting a multi-fuel stove fitted, you know. And you can get extensions for the exhaust. You do need it. That's something I should have mentioned. You do need to make sure that you can get the fumes out of your house. Otherwise, you know, you can have little problems like dying. You know, you don't want to die. Hello, Maria. Spoony. And she's always dead positive as well, you know. Look at all those lovely little emojis. Hey up, Maria. I hope you're doing all right, sweetheart. Good to see you. Also, with a stove, I want to make a sand heat battery. You won't believe how many systems are available out there. But all of the really, really good ones, the people that have come out with them, committed suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head 10 times from 20 yards away. Got really long arms, you know. Oh, dear. But there is a lot out there, and I'm seeing little contraptions that people have made on X, and they're incredible. Once they get going, they build that. You start their momentum by hand, and then that's it. The momentum's there. They will just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going and producing electricity. You can also get. I don't know why I'm pulling my chair back to show you what's down there when you can't fucking see. But you can get these things. It's like so you're giving your legs a workout whilst you're watching the telly, and you could literally be powering your telly. Or recharging a battery with your own legs. So just a dynamo system, the basic dynamo system. But even dynamo systems now are expensive. So you can be looking at wind generated, right? Not these big fucking useless, pointless monstrosities that are taking up our countryside. Just something scaled right down for your garden, you know, especially if it's quite an open space. But then you're relying on it being windy, you know? So then you go out and you're like, oh, it's fucking windy again. There's leaves all over the place. But then there's the other side of you, the yin yang, the other side of you that's thinking, oh, I'm glad the wind's blowing because it's generating electricity that's charging my batteries up. You can't win. But there are so many solutions out there that the vast majority of people out there aren't even thinking about. They just think everything's just going along. Everything's gone back to normal. We had COVID, and now everything's normal. That is the epitome of retardation. Look it up. Look up the dictionary definition of retardation. And some of these people have got a higher than normal IQ. You know, you could be a professor of physics, right, but have no fucking common sense whatsoever. Not in the normal sense. You couldn't make it up. What a batshit bonkers word. Hello, my darling. A link to make a briquette press. There are other similar videos. I like that, Mark. Michael. It's like this fairy liquid is fucking brilliant at washing pots, but there are other brands available. You see, I can't click on that because it'll fuck me up. But I can nick it off here. Where is it? Yeah, I'm able to open it up on my phone. So what I'll do is I'll save it to watch later. Grazie. That's thank you in Italian. And you're welcome in Italian is prego. Pedal generators was looking earlier, and crank generators. Yeah, honestly, Jordan, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. If you look at all of the actual moving parts and stuff, and then buy those parts in and make sure you've got some sort of lube. It is what it is. Just so you can make sure that you can maintain it. That's it. You've got electricity forever. Look, you're not going to be able to generate enough energy to power your fucking washing machine or your tumble dryer or anything like that. In a grid down, a proper grid down, especially a permanent one, you're not going to be able to power all these things anyway. You're going to need to find alternatives, other ways, you know. But as far as being able to just at least create enough generation to power rechargeable gadgets, you know, head torches and mobile phones, even though you won't have service, you can still, you know, watch downloaded stuff and listen to downloaded music, or you get the idea. Anything that doesn't require massive ampage of electricity, you're sorted with something like that. It's so practical. It's so good. And you can just sit there and that's it. Have a bit of a workout whilst, but then I've got solar, you know, but even solar panels have got a lifespan, you know, so you'll be keeping your legs limbered and getting some exercise whilst generating electricity. It's a no-brainer. It is. It really is. But they're not cheap. And then you think, would they be cheaper if more people bought them? Or would that make it more expensive? Who knows? Who knows? All I know is it's definitely something worth considering investing in, you know, or a little windmill in your garden. But again, they're not cheap either because it's a very niche market. People who live on barges, you know, canal boats, or live out in the sticks in a caravan in a field somewhere, you know, it's stuff like that. Or outbuildings and stuff to provide, you know, to generate enough power for the batteries to have lighting at night time and yeah, stuff like that. But definitely worth looking into. Really, really worth it. When you think about it, bicycles, back in the day, the headlamps were powered by your pedal power, and that dynamo system was relatively cheap. So that's probably going to be your cheapest option, is to look at maybe old bikes and then stripping it down to get the dynamo off it, just a dynamo or several dynamos, and then rig. You've given me some very, 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 very good ideas moving forward. I've got the hiccups. The pedal generators use food for fuel. Oh, I love that, Maria. I never thought about it like that. Yeah. How bizarre is that? How lovely is that? It's like, what? How do you charge your generator? How do you charge your batteries up then? Solar? No. Wind? No. Yesterday I charged it up from chips and sausage. Today I charged it up from a spotted dick. I don't know where that came from, but there's some truth in it. 250 quid pedal generators I need to up my solar setup. Got 25 watt panel and a 7. Oh, I'm very surprised that you've not got a slightly better system than that, Jordan. Very surprised. But the way I look at it, every time I read a comment like that, I jump straight to the fact that you are still miles ahead of most of the people around you. You know, I've got about 1200 watts of solar. 200 watts of that solar comes from the solar panels that came with the solar generator, the all powers. And the rest are solar panels that are still in their boxes, put away. And I've got 6 solar controllers and a decent inverter. Now, that's another thing. So if you're looking at buying solar panels, they're going to start skyrocketing because one of the main components of solar panels is silver. So I'm looking at buying a few more solar panels myself. The reason being is that in a grid down, that could be another opportunity for me. I could rent out systems so that people can still rechargeable lighting systems and all of the other things that I mentioned and anything else that's rechargeable. So one leisure battery, one solar panel, one solar controller, and rent them out as a complete system. But I have got enough solar to do all right, you know, to be self-contained. I've tried to cover as many angles as possible. You know, I live, breathe, sleep, piss shit, prepping. And it's not again, I think some people think it's just like a fad or a hobby. And it's just not. It's so much more than that. It's an actual lifestyle, and it's a very, very practical one. Because when everyone else falls short, when everything goes tits up, I'll never have an I'm all right, Jack attitude, because I'm just not like that. I don't think like that. So if I see everyone else in trouble and I'm doing okay, I am going to be discreet about it, but I will try and see if I can help out here and there if I can. You know, I'm not a cunt. And again, I think that's the mindset of a lot of preppers as well. We're not horrible people. We're just frustrated with people that aren't preppers. Because it's just common sense. It's common sense. And there just seems to be a drought, common sense drought. You know, you would think that people would have jumped up a gear off the back of COVID. You know, you couldn't make it up. Well, yeah, Jordan, if you don't mind, would you? I don't know what source you looked at in regards to pedal generators. Can you send me a link or two? If you can find more than one link, that's even better. You know, because it's definitely something I'm interested in, but it's not something that I've kind of delved into, because I know that I'm sorted in regards to solar. So I've not really thought about going down that route, although I know that it's a very, very viable option. So yeah, if you can email me, mate, I'd really appreciate that. Here's a thought: pillions are modified Tesla towers. Oh, pylons. Yeah, pylons. Yeah, they are. They are, Maria. They are. They are. But you try explaining that try telling that to your neighbour. Try telling your neighbour that the vast majority of their electricity is actually coming from the ether, which is free. Again, that's bear with me. I've got I can see myself sighing. Yeah. So, Maria, click on that link and save it to watch later. And there's a certain lot of that will expand on the whole ether thing, the fifth element. So we're surrounded by electricity, surrounded by it. And there is equipment and there is technology out there that can harness it, and that does harness it. And 0 point energy is part of that, and that does exist. But if they release that into the general public, into the into the populace, then they would be losing out on trillions of dollars and pounds and euros and yen overnight. And they're greedy bastards that want to be in control. They want you to be a fucking slave. Where it does. It does delve into it. It does. You'll start to look at the Eiffel Tower in a different light, and maybe Blackpool Tower in a different light. Imagine a tower that could power an entire city. So, yeah, anyway, but I'm just a conspiracy theorist. You don't want to listen to me, I'm off my fucking rocker, drinking out of a wooden goblet. So that fifth element, so earth, fire, water, air, were the only things that we were taught about at school. Now, it wasn't that long ago that the fifth element, the ether, was there. It was just normal. It was a normal thing. The 5 elements. Look back. It's not hard to find. Even Google admits to it if you ask the right questions. It wasn't that long ago. So they removed that because people were starting to get smart. People were starting to become a little bit more inquisitive. And before you know it, it's like, hold on, if there's free energy out there, why are we paying for it? And then we can go down the route of the fact that your straw man or your straw woman is already paying for it. You're paying for it twice. You are literally paying for it twice. These energy companies are double dipping. Fact. Please look into it. You couldn't make this shit up. I was gonna say, just for a segment, maybe 10 minutes, is there anything specific that any of you would like me to talk about? Instead of me just taking control and just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. Is there anything that's specific you would like me to talk about? Anything you'd like to have discussed? Something that's on your mind that you would like to see what I think about it, what other people think about it, open up a bit of dialogue, just for 10 minutes. And you know this, let me knock that over. Look on the ceiling, lot. I've got an aurora in my dining room. How beautiful is that? Boom. And it's just off this. A very cheaply made little device that gives off a beautiful, beautiful thing on the ceiling. It's so lovely. It's so lovely. You can get different ones. You can get ones where they where it looks like the reflection of water as well, and it does look like that. It really does. It looks different to this. It's incredible. They have Eiffel Towers in China. Yeah, and they were probably there originally to harness electricity from the ether, because it works out extremely cheap, very cheap. All you need to do is build the tower, and that's it. But then you look at churches with spires. They were there to harness the energy from the ether. And honestly, that link I've just put in there, just there, second from the bottom, click on that, set aside a couple of hours and have a watch. Again, I know that some of you guys have been here right from the start of the live stream, but some have joined later on. So it's just, again, it's when you're trying to put a picture together, because we know we've been lied to about our history. Our history, it's not worth the paper it's written on, right? So we're trying to picture how this came about, why the Great Reset is happening now, previous Great Resets, previous cataclysms, the mud flood, also all manner of stuff is all covered in that. Now, again, as I said earlier on, for those that weren't with us earlier on, you can have a jigsaw puzzle, which is usually a perfect square. You get all the sides and all the corners all in there. So you've got a rough idea, right? Then you've got to try and find all the pieces to go in the middle. Now, in that, the link that I've just posted, have some of those puzzle pieces, because all of the rest is all in place. And you're thinking, oh God, I've still got 7 pieces here, but it only requires 1. That looks close enough. Bang, I can get in there. Is it a case of that? Or is that a comprehensive, actual depiction of the true history and how we got to where we are now? To some degree. It's very interesting. And I'm a very critical thinking guy, you know. If I can find a hole in something, I'll fucking find it. I will. And there are a few things in there that I thought, that's questionable. But I resonated with almost all of it. And if you resonate with something, then, as I've said countless times before, chances are there's some truth in it. You know, it's quite a mind-blowing documentary. They have Eiffel Towers in China. Yeah. So, I mean, China, they don't need to keep building another coal-fired power plant, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. But then, having said that, that's food for trees and plant life. So all of the wildlife and all of the forested areas around China, they'll be flourishing. So again, there are lots and lots of retards out there that are thinking, yeah, we could do with cleaning the air. You know, we could do with it. And to some degree, yeah, we could. Whilst they're spraying that shit from the skies. But yeah, all we need to do is just plant more trees. That's it. Trees gobble that shit up. They gobble it up and then spit oxygen out. It's the perfect ecosystem. But no. We've got to have these ridiculous, sickening, harmful, fucked up windmills blighting our countryside and having vast hectares, not little areas here and there, hectares of land that are being set aside for solar farms that will eventually degrade and leach into the ground and make it unviable land to grow anything in there ever again. You know, is that green? Is that forward thinking? It is for retailers. How does all that water get to the top of mountains to replenish all the rivers, the Nile, the Ganges, the Thames? Well, rain and snow. So it's snow that lands on really high altitude mountains. I mean, I don't know whereabouts you want me to. So we'll start off with mountains. So look at Mount Fuji, for example. It's snow capped because of the altitude. So the water turns to ice, right? But further down the mountain, that'll start to melt, right? And then it trickles down, trickles down, trickles down, trickles down, all sides. And then it turns into little estuaries. And then those estuaries feed into, and then you've got other sources from other high ground where the rain comes down. And then bearing in mind, it's the root systems that hold on to a lot of the water in the soil. So it's held back. So it's a trickle system. And all of these trickle systems go into estuaries. And then the estuaries meet up with other estuaries. And then they form streams. And then loads and loads of streams all come together that form the start of rivers. And those rivers turn into bigger rivers further down the line. Very, very simple, very straightforward physics. So that can be explained, no problem, you know. I mean, I know where the start of certain rivers begin, you know, and then when you start to look at the geology of the areas around it all the way down, you get to understand how these rivers become so big. They need a wee. Was it worth it? You do a wee? Do a wee. All right. You're twisting my melon, man. So, no one wants to talk anything about anything specific? You know me, I've always got plenty to say, but I just want to be a bit more inclusive, you know. Again, that word, that word's been fucked up, and then some. Inclusivity now means men that think they're a woman, women that think they're a man, people that don't believe that they're a man or a woman. Threatened ethnic groups. Now, a threatened ethnic group, right, I would think is a group of people that are in a very, very small, very tiny number in comparison to the global population, right? So they get protection. So, and that is what we're seeing. What percentage of the global population is white? Nah. You see, Google is a cunt because this is not true. They fucking lie. This is why I get so angry at people that. So and I came up with it. I came up with it, and I put it into a comment on someone's channel, you know, because they avoided a very important point of what the entire video was all about. Right? They avoided it because they get money from Google, right? And I called him a prostitute of Google, and Google is his pimp. Anyone that's thinking about making a living out of Google, X, TikTok, anyone that's thinking of making a career to earn money from one of these organisations is completely and totally devoid of morals. Google has played a massive integral part in the destruction of society as we know it. And there are people that want to be employees of that. So we are an endangered ethnicity. White people are, right? Are we getting any protection? No. We're being hammered, absolutely hammered. Yeah, so many people can't see that. Especially people again, I do try my level best not to become part of the left-right paradigm, because that's just more division. But I have noticed, and it's undeniable, that those on the left are fucking retards. They're off their head. They're not right. Not all of them. Some of them you can have a conversation with, and if you get really into the weeds and with them and start to kind of meet them in the middle, and then start to put your point across, but then listen to their point as well, you'll start to realize that there's not much of a difference there, right? But the vast majority of the left are off their fucking heads. They're off their heads. The ones with banners saying, say it loud, say it clear, refugees are welcome here. Yep, some of those demonstrators, some of these fucking morons are paid. So they need to get a fucking nut, right? Because they're traitors, fucking traitors. You fucking need that, right? But you're going to get a lot of them in there that aren't. They're just brainwashed. They're retards. They're fucking retards. You know, they're like turkeys voting for Christmas. We are an ethnic minority in the world. We are. And Google just lied. Drives me nuts. Oh dear. Nothing specific comes to mind. Just enjoying the wizard waffle. Oh, I love that. The wizard waffle. I'm not going to grow it any longer though, mate. I have got a t-shirt that's got like a line there. Our Annie gave it me, you know. I think she actually bought it for me. I think she got in touch with her mate who made this and asked for this specific t-shirt, and it's lovely, you know. And it's got like one line there, something like I don't know, scruffy cunt, something like that. Then another one, whatever, and then it's got biker, and then something else, and then something else, and then wizard. So gonna be right down here. So I'm tripping over it, and it's a lovely t-shirt. It's lovely. She's a lovely lass. Annie Red. Google can do one. AI will replace it soon anyway. And well, AI and Google are the same thing. They really are. And that can go do one as well. Exactly. This is why I say anyone that delves into, you hear and you see people on, especially on X, but on YouTube as well, and TikTok, or across all platforms, of people that have paid to have this AI companion, where it sounds like a mate, and it does sound like a real person. You know, they've got all the breath work. It's like, yeah, well, you know, to be honest with you, to be fair, when you go down that route of, you know, it sounds like you're talking to a real person, and that's so fucking sad that these people feel that sort of retracted away from society and real people, that they've gone down that road to talk to a robot, to talk to something that's not got a conscience. You know, it's pathetic and sad. Plus, AI in general, I mean, we all use AI, right? So when I've done a Google search, as fucking disappointed with that response as I was and am, that's still AI to some degree, but on a very basic level. Proper AI, the amount of power that requires is ridiculous, to the point where these AI centers, these data centers, are starting to hoover up all of the water and stuff that are required for people to live. You know, so they're redirecting water to these data centers away from people's homes to keep the systems cool. So I invented a term, grok-tard. Now, I don't know if I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but that term seems to have been popping up here and there, you know. But I don't remember ever hearing that term other than me thinking about it. Again, can you think things into reality? A lot of people believe that we can, and that's a dangerous thought. Or is it? That's all down to perspective. Hey, Mandy, we were just talking about you earlier on. I can't remember what I was saying. I do apologise. It might come back to me. But welcome to the live, our sweetheart. You're lovely, you are. Think about trees and plants drawing water up from the depths. No one knows how deep the roots really go down into the earth to draw the water up. Believe it or not, Maria, they don't go down very far. It's not very far. They don't go very deep. They sort of, so say that's the trunk there, and that's the earth there. They go down like that. You know, it's not very deep at all. Contrary to a lot of belief, because the further the roots go down, you know, the water, unless you've got prolonged rain, you know, prolonged downpours that go seep and seep and seep and seep, that's not normal, although it's becoming normal. I mean, welcome to fucking England. So it makes perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective, as far as plants are concerned, to have the roots not too deep, but not too shallow. They need to be deep enough to be able to create enough stability for the tree in high winds, so it doesn't go over, but not too deep so that they can't, you know, appreciate and take on the water. So it's nowhere near as deep as people think. But yeah, still a good question, sweetheart. It really is. It really is. Because I love trees. I've hugged loads of trees. Quite happy to say I hug trees from time to time. I don't hug trees all the time. I don't sit here and go, right, I need to end this. going to have to close this down because I feel a tree hug coming on. But I just think they're so majestic and so beautiful, you know, and they've seen so much, even though they've not got eyes, you know, and they mean so much to the environment. They really do. We need to plant more fucking trees. Oh dear. Apparently a potted plant can sense your vibration from 2 kilometers away. Imagine how far a forest of trees can reach. I didn't know that, mate. That does sound. Imagine, so as Lana tried to point out in the other Friday live stream that was a Thursday, that we've got a biosphere, right? Which is a lot of people, some people would call it an aura, you know, and it does reach out quite far. You can go into a room full of people, an average size room, maybe like this, and there could be, say, 10 people in there, and you'll know if there's a bad vibe in there. How would you know that? Because their biosphere is interacting with your biosphere or your aura. So maybe the bigger the life form, the bigger the biosphere. I don't know. Again, a lot of this is theoretical, and it's quite difficult to prove. But there's just so much information out there that's just been withheld from us. But again, there is a lot of information out there that was impossible to. You can't hide all of this information, spanning back decades and centuries. You can't hide it all. You can't. You just can't. So it's about trying to, again, use your own due diligence and your own common sense and your ability to put pieces together in your head and recognize patterns and stuff like that, you know. But if it resonates with you, then there's probably some truth in there. But 2 kilometers does sound like a very, very long distance. However, if it's plants, they are constantly earthed. Constantly. So you hear of people going, I went earthing last night, I feel loads better today. And I would believe that as well, because it's something that can be measured and registered scientifically. So it's a fact, right? So when you go earthing or grounding, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, trees are already doing that. Now, this is also a scientific. So if you look back at again, I'm using a film as an analogy because I love films, and there's a lot of truth in films and a lot of messages in films as well. Some good, some bad. And so if you look at the film Avatar, where everything's connected on that planet, the same applies to this world we live in. If there's, say, and this is a fact, please feel free to look it up. I'm confident enough for you to look it up. If there are, say, 20 trees in a little, like, copse, that's what they're called, like a copse, a group of trees, a bunch of trees. And one of those trees is struggling, right? And it's poorly, right? All of the other trees around it, even if they're different species of tree, will send nutrients through their roots towards that tree with the aid of fungi. So not only have you got different species of tree trying to help a tree out, you've got a completely different species, a completely different branch of life form playing a part in that. How mad is that? How utterly beautiful is that? You know? And we take all this shit for granted. We don't pay any fucking attention to any of this when we should. We really should. And pardon the pun, we should take a leaf out of their book. Does anyone remember the trailer for the film about chimps that were infected with a with a virus? You can say virus, it's all right, sweetheart. We don't give a fuck here. That sent them wappy. Was that 28 days later? Or was it 12 Monkeys? Because there are a lot of films that were made specifically to preempt the human mind interfering a virus so that they could bring in the pandemic to fucking convince you that you needed to have this poisonous juice put into your body. It was all preemptive. Planet of the Apes, probably not, but I get where you're coming from, Mandy. I do. Taproot. That is a thing as well. You know, forgetting water. If you're desperate, you just got to be mindful of the fact that you're chopping off one of the lifelines of the tree. But then I'm very mindful of when it's in March is only around the corner, and I will be going sap tapping again. But I just need to be a bit more careful about how I do it, because that was the first time I've ever sap tapped. And silver birch, you know, the sap that you get out of that. Oh my God. You know, I remember getting pissed out of my face one night, and then the following morning I had about half a pint of that sap of the sap from that silver birch, necked it. Within half an hour, that hangover completely disappeared. Gone. No, I feel a little bit better, marginally better, still a bit of a headache, you know. None. All gone. But you've got a 2-week window within March to get that done. But then you've got to care about the tree. Make sure that there's no infection that's going to get into the hole that you've bored into that tree. And I've thought about that, so I know what to do next. I've got all my sap tapping stuff in there ready to go. But you need a fresh twig that's still alive on that same tree, and then chop that off, cut it down into a spike as quick as you can, then plug that hole. It's got to be the same diameter, so there's no infection that gets into the tree, you know. That way you can sap tap it forever. Not forever, you know, just that one, like, you know, a litre from that tree, and then cut off the hole. Then a litre from another tree, cut off that hole. And even then, you've only got it'll only stay good to go for about a week, 10 days, maybe tops. That's it. This little window of opportunity. But you've got all those minerals and all of those electrolytes, and it's fucking incredible. And ironically, next door, who says, yeah, me and Tina were thinking about going off grid. I'm looking at their backyard thinking, you've got a lifeless, barren fucking garden here. You're talking out your arse, you fucking twat. And I'm living next door to you. The only thing they've got living, growing in their tree, in their garden, is a fully matured silver birch. Just like you said, Terry, individual trees in a forest communicate with each other via the I can never pronounce that. I can say it normally, but I can't pronounce it when I'm reading it. But I know what you're saying. Connections with the roots. Everything's connected. Everything, and everyone is connected. And trying to get your head around that, I think if everyone did get their head around that, the world would be a better place, because they'd see it in a completely different light. And that's important. It would be the end of people putting weed killer on dandelions, little things like that. All of that would stop. Garden management is still an important thing. You still want to try and grow stuff that you can eat, consume. But they would look at life in a different way. But the chances of that happening anytime soon, pretty slim, unfortunately. Lots of heath problems. Heath or health, because heath would also play into what we've been talking about, because heathland is very rare, and very important, a very, very important habitat. But I'm thinking you're saying health. Lots of health problems started since we insulated ourselves from the earth. Yep, spot on, Jordan. Wearing shoes, carpet, take shoes off outside, feel loads better. Yeah, absolutely. And it does work. Unfortunately, I don't do well with the cold. I get these shock outs, chill, cold. It's very difficult. Michael knows what I'm talking about. So walking in really cold, wet grass, barefoot, I need to get really, really kind of wrapped up the top end, even if it's in the middle of summer, just to balance that out. It's very difficult to explain. Oh dear. But yeah, you're spot on there, Jordan. It was fab-based. It was lab-based film before the films you mentioned. If you look at 28 Days Later, that was where they were injecting chimpanzees, which are the closest to humans than any other life form on Earth, with a serum, and it was pure rage. So they pumped pure rage into chimps, with the intention of, again, it was just a film, but with the intention of possibly putting that into soldiers on the front line to make them more aggressive. And anyway, these animal activists broke into this place to set these chimps free. They got attacked by these chimps. They got attacked by they ended up with the bite from the chimps going into the skin of the activists, that turned the activists into rage-filled, murderous, zombie, fucked up creatures. And that was 28 days later. Then there was 28 weeks later, then 28 months later, and then last year was 28 years later. I've watched all four of them. They're all good, and they're all British. Then 28 Monkeys, which was Bruce Willis' film, that was similar in some ways. He kind of went back in time to say, look, you're about to make a monumental fuck up here. Don't do this to these chimps or these monkeys, because where I'm from in the future, it all went terribly wrong. So they're the only two films I can think of. I have a tree tap, but haven't used it yet. And I thought you might have. I thought you might have bought one of them, Michael. You're a curious chap, And but I'm very fortunate that little wooded area down the road there it's almost all silver birch, almost all of it. You sport for choice. hundreds and hundreds of silver birch trees. And silver birch trees aren't just good for sap. You know, do a little bit of research into silver birch. It's an incredible tree. Is the window when the buds appear showing that the sap is rising? Yeah. It's drawing up everything it needs to just power into those buds that turn into the leaves, that turn into the solar panels that give that tree life. I enjoy cold. I know a lot of people that do, Jordan. I really do. My dad's one of them. Middle of winter. Doesn't matter how fucking unbelievably brutal it is outside, where everything's white, no snow. It's just that the frost is so cold. But my dad will have a window open, so it's freezing cold, and he sleeps better. I can't get my head around that. I like to be hot. You know, more heat, more heat. You know, Terry, your skin's starting to bubble. More. I don't like cold. Still in shorts and t-shirts. It doesn't surprise me. You're not on your own there, Jordan. You're not a weirdo. You know, there are plenty of people like that out there. And envy's not a good thing. I admire people like that. I admire you, Jordan, because I'm not like that. You make the perfect wild camping partner. I do like, but ironically, I love winter wild camping because it makes you feel alive. You know, getting out of a sleeping bag in it first thing in the morning when it's still kind of hovering around plus or minus 1 degrees and there's still frost everywhere. That's a bit of a, you know, but I love it. My first ever few wild camping trips were always in winter. Always loved it, absolutely loved it. But I can't go because of the girls, because they love the creature comforts. They'd struggle. They would struggle. They would, because they're not acclimatized to it. So yeah, winter wild camping, you'd be in your element, mate. And I'm sure that I'm just telling you something you already know. Is that, am I right then, Maria? Oh, brilliant. I'm glad. Another 28 years later film out this year. Another 28 years later film. So they've gone 28 days, 28 weeks, 28 months, 28 years, and then another 28 years. So it must be a follow-on to the film that came out last year then, which again, I highly recommend. It's very good. Perfectly casted. Love films. People love books. I love films, you know. Films are my escapism. And I think everyone needs escapism. Some people it's art. Some people it's building stuff. Some people it's repairing stuff, fixing stuff. Some people it's learning about this. Some people it's doing this, doing that. Everyone's got an escapism. Everyone needs an escapism. Mine's films. Because I spend so much time researching stuff, so much time listening and learning, that my break from it all is films. But even then, I'm sat there alert and ready for the subliminal fucking messages and the wokeism, the wokery, and you know the transhumanism and all of the dark fucking devious shit that's around us all the time. It's all in there. It's all in all of the films, but I'm able to spot it and then think, just put it back there. Watch the rest of the film. There's another one. It's okay. Back of the head. Watch the rest of the film. To try and enjoy the film. But I see so much now in all the films. They don't make films for no reason anymore. There's a reason. There's a method behind every film that's out, including kids' films, especially kids' films. Hello, TMV420. That's an interesting username. Much love, my friend. I don't know if you're a lass or a lad. It doesn't matter. Welcome to the live stream, my friend. I've done a few tests with a multimeter trying to measure voltage in the body. For example, sitting in an electric recliner chair or holding a phone while on charge, and it's shocking. Literally shocking. Yeah. Because I know that I don't know if you've been listening all the way through the live stream and just chimed in or not. I don't know, but earlier on I did say that I'd sold a Sovereign and I got a shitload more for it than I expected. Certainly a hell of a lot more than I paid for it, because I need to insure my car. And I did buy a meter, but it's so shit. You get what you pay for. But because of the money I got back from that coin, I am going to invest in a better meter and go out and do some short videos, just shorts, just to demonstrate the amount of energy that's coming off certain things. And I might do something similar to what you've just said there, my friend. Just to demonstrate to people what effect these things are having on us. And we are electrical beings. Our brains would be completely dead without electricity. Every thought, every new skill that's learned is all based on electricity. So I'm really, really glad that you came in with your first comment saying something like that. You know, spot on. And yeah, you know, don't be a stranger, mate. You know, it's usually every Friday we have a live stream. Might be a Thursday that I think is a Friday, but sometimes it might be a Thursday because I've gone away to the caravan to recharge. Ironically. Yeah, I love winter camping. I use Brit Army softies in winter, like a wearable sleeping bag. Oh, that sounds nice, mate. I've got lots of. I've got Seller Pets. I bought Seller Pets. I think I've got 3 pairs of Seller Pets, and they're really, really good. You know, because when you get out your sleeping bag, you're wild camping. You don't go, oh, I need to get out of all of my clothes to get new clothes on because I need to be clean. Fuck that. Winter wild camping is proper roughing it. So you get out your sleeping bag and the clothes that you were wearing the day before, same underwear, same clothes, same everything, right? But if you're wearing Seller Pets, I mean, and a 5-season sleeping bag, you know, you get out, your legs are still toasty, you know, they're not being affected by the cold. It's your top half and your head. You know, it's like, oh, fucking hell. Let's get a coffee on the go. But I love it. You know, who knows, Jordan? Maybe me, you, Michael, Paul, Alan, you know, we can all go wild camping in the winter sometime, you know. But again, I can't think about the girls, you know. I'd love to go hammocking. I love hammocking. Anyway. Hello, Paul. You all right, matey? Good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. I hope you're doing all right, matey. I hope you're doing all right. Good to see you. TMV. What's T? What's that an abbreviation of, Maria? I've got so many abbreviations in my head. It makes me head spin. Oh, look at that. Concentrated turmeric. Nice. Oh, right. TMV. Right. So, right. Okay. Right. Sorry, Maria. I do apologize. Hi. I've only caught a bit of the stream about grounding. It's a very interesting subject. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's how we're meant to be. I mean, if we were meant to have shoes, we'd be born with them, you know? And nearly all soles are rubber, you know, go figure, or a rubber compound. I now sleep on a ground mat and have a copper wire from my tap to my bath to ground the water. Wow. Fuck me. Wow. You're proper into it, aren't you? Oh my God. I had all sorts of mad images going on in my head there, mate, as I was reading that. I was picturing you in your bath going, fucking foam coming out of your mouth, you know, like, oh, then a fire. That was very dramatic. I do apologise. Lol, getting the motivation to crawl out of your sleeping bag in the morning, winter camping. But once you're out, you're out. I mean, in most cases, you've set your central heating to come on half an hour before you're due to come up. So to get up, you know, so it's like, you know, it's took the edge off and that, and then you like brush your teeth and have a bit of a wash or a shower or whatever, and then do what you need to do. So waking up in the comfort that modern day living gives us, it can be a very, very slow, drawn out process to wake up properly, you know. And sometimes you need a good coffee down you as well to like spike you up. A lot of people don't like caffeine. I quite like it. I love good quality coffee, you know. There are some health benefits in there. That's another conversation, because decaffeinated coffee, you can get good quality decaffeinated coffee that's even better for you than caffeinated coffee. But getting out of a sleeping bag when it's -2 first thing in the morning, you're fucking awake. You are awake. Like, fucking bastard. Put the kettle on, you know, you're awake. And you're again, it makes you feel alive. And again, you know, I was brought up in a house with no central heating, single pane glass windows, and frost on me sleeping bag because I couldn't have blankets because I was asthmatic. I could see frost glistening on my sleeping bag. You know, the average human breathes out half a pint of water in the average night's sleep. Half a pint of water. That water's got to go somewhere. So I've been seasoned from a young age. So going wild camping, it was your brain remembers stuff. You know, it's like muscle memory. So it's not a bad thing. I've worn barefoot shoes now for 4 years, always grounded. Are you serious? Oh, I love that. I love shit like that. I fucking love it. I really, really do. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. Barefoot shoes. I didn't even know that was a thing. I suppose I could make my own. Just get a really decent like hunting knife or something, or a boning knife, and just cut all the way along the sole, you know, and go, oh, soul. And that's it. No one would look at you funny because they'd look down and think, yeah, got shoes on. In fact, nobody would even think that. No one looks down and goes, got shoes on. No one does that because it's a given. So that's very, very, very interesting. Same here, single glazing, no central heating, lino on the floor. The good old days. It made us. Yeah, it did. It did. We've come from quite a tough era. right? And our parents, they would have had it even tougher, you know, and then tougher and then tougher. So we're from tough stock. This is what I'm saying about us being the last of a certain generation. We're the last of that. So we need to make that count. So we essentially, in many ways, as preppers, we're going sort of back in time, because back in time is better. And then we're sort of bringing the past forward to hopefully influence other people to try and do the same, because it's a good thing. It's going to be cheaper to live like that, and it'll make the bones of you, you know. It'll toughen people up. You know, the last few generations have had it so fucking easy that they've become so soft. We're living in a very soft generation, a soft world. People are so soft in first world countries. I mean, you know, obviously you've got third world countries, but in a lot of these third world countries, even at night, you know, we're talking in our hemisphere, central heating has made a massive difference to a lot of people. So I don't like the cold, but I've got the kit and the equipment to deal with it. And they say that there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing, you know. And I think maybe everyone should invest in a 5-season sleeping bag. And to anyone that's never heard of a 5-season sleeping bag, who's going, there's only 4 seasons, you twat. Actually, a 5-season sleeping bag is designed specifically for Arctic conditions. So, you know, if you can buy a goose down sleeping bag, or go to an army surplus shop or online store and buy a proper army cold weather sleeping bag, you'll be golden. Because, you know, if the power goes off and you've got no means to heat your home, and you don't want to freeze to death whilst you're asleep, then get your sleeping bag out. You'll be toasty all night long. And I've got 2 5-season sleeping bags. And I was looking at maybe getting a third when I went to buy those army ration bags, those army ration packs, those MREs, because they were there and they weren't that expensive. They were a fraction of the cost that you would pay for something that effective against cold than you would, you know, online. You can pay upwards of £1,000 for a sleeping bag, whereas these are army issue sleeping bags for serious cold weather, and they're about 35-40 quid, you know. So they've been used a few times, you can tell, but they still do the job, and that's what matters. Yeah, actually, I think I'm aware of that footwear now. It came out and then disappeared again. Does that make sense to you, TMV? What's your name, if you don't mind me telling you? If you don't mind telling me, you don't have to. TMV's good. Right, got to go. Night all. Hopefully, catch you next Thursday or Friday. Much love, Jordan. Sleep well and enjoy your weekend, brother. And thank you for joining us for this live stream. You know, you've helped to make it what it is. So yeah, get yourself a decent sleeping bag and just tuck it away somewhere. And look, quilts are great. They are. They were a pretty decent invention. They are. Get different togs. Some for people that don't like to have too much weight on them. They don't like to be too warm, like Jordan, right? And then some that are really heavy and you feel like they're hugging you, you know. That's my cup of tea, you know. Oh, it's a shame Jordan's gone, because I've got this giveaway, you know. And I don't know how many people we've got left. So it's a little solar charger. So it does power, and I have got either 3 or 4 more identical upstairs. I've got loads of power banks. I've got about 15. But this is the one I've got the most of, so I thought I'd give it away. But I just think it'd be nice if someone just chose someone to have it. You know, you don't need to give me your address. All you need to do is give me email me, and I can send it to a drop-off point. So you don't need to give your address away. It's brand new. It's never been used. There's a solar panel. It's very efficient. It's got a torch on it as well. I'm not that familiar with this one. The torch is very, very powerful. It's fully charged already. You can see all the lights there, look. It's fully charged. There's a charger cable. You don't really need any instructions unless you're an absolute fucking retard, which you're not. So would anyone like to nominate someone for this? I know it sounds a little bit cringy and a little bit tacky, but I'm just all about the love today, and I would love to give something to someone, you know, because every prepper should have something like this. Every single prepper. It's amazing what they can do. You know, they can recharge a little rechargeable lighting system when or if the power goes all out, and I mean all out. Most houses have got candles. Most houses have got tea lights, but eventually I'm going to run out of tea lights, and so are you. Eventually I'm going to run out of candles, and so are you. So if you've got a rechargeable little light system, you know, just fairy lights. Oh, I thought these were USB. They're not. But you can get USB lights. I mean, just laying something like that out around one room, your warm room, you know, the room that you're trying to keep warm, one room, can make all the difference. But this is solar powered. But I have got some that where you just plug the USB into something like that, and you've got a room that's lit up, you know, so you can be warm and lit up at the same time. It's all about keeping your pecker up, so to speak. Excuse me. Turmeric. You can't overdose on turmeric, I don't think. But don't take my word for that, because I just need to double check that. And again, to anyone that's concerned about their money, their income, and the fact that fiat currency is devaluing by the minute, consider getting some copper. Just saying, whilst it's cheap. And don't go through any sort of like very, very well-known reputable smelter, because you'll pay through the nose. Go for stuff where people have been melting wires down from cables and stuff and turning it into copper. It's not far off pure. This is more pure than a pre-1992 2p coin. It's way more pure than that. It's almost pure, but you're paying a fraction of the cost. Oh, but where is Lana? She's not here. But that is very lovely, Michael, you know. So maybe they made a big impact a few years ago, but died off. Yeah, I knew I remembered the footwear coming in, like grounding footwear. And I mean, have you actually tested it, TMB? Have you tested? Well, I'm sure you have, because you sound very technical in that department. They are not the easiest shoes to walk in to begin with. Yeah, I know, but that's because we've all got a bit soft. You know, there are people out there that have been walking barefoot for years, and they've built up a tolerance to the cold, and they've built up calluses underneath that are like a centimetre thick. You know, so it's all about acclimatizing yourself, which is challenging for a lot of people, because people are so used to creature comforts. They're so used to it that they don't, that the idea of walking around with no shoes on, especially going to the shop or anything like that. And then there's a lot of people out there that have gotten like full nail infections and stuff. They're quite paranoid. So shoes like that do give you the ability to earth, to ground yourself. But then we're walking, you know, all of the streets and stuff are laid with tarmac and stuff like that. So that's been taken away. So you need to walk on grass or sand, you know, or soil. And they've made that more and more difficult for people to do. They've just brought more and more people in from the countryside into the cities. And that's been a very, very, very long-term plan. I try to live off the grid as much as possible. Only use motion sensor lights in every room and little solar lights. Oh, I love that, mate. You're a prepper. You're a proper prepper, you know? And isn't it lovely that you've just come across this channel? You know, some things are meant to be. They really are. And you fit right in. You do. I've got a Kelly kettle. I've got the big one. You know, I went big straight away. And I've got everything apart from the hobo stove. That's it. I've even got the mugs with the little lip guards on there, so your lips don't fucking fuse to the mug. Like when it's like minus 5 and you just made a coffee, you're like, I need to get warm. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. When you're miles away from anywhere. Again, these lip guards for camping mugs, right? They don't exist. Only with Kelly Kettle official mugs, the little lip guards, the little silicone lip guards. How cheap would they be to make? So there's a hole in the market there. If you can talk a manufacturer into producing them and just own the patent, you'd be made up. You would. There's loads of people that love wild camping, more now than ever. People are feeling the need to get in touch with nature, you know, to feel that connection again. So a cup of coffee first thing in the morning on a frosty morning, and you're thinking, I've got this part of me that knows that I want hot coffee, hot in me to warm me up. But then there's another part of me that's thinking, I'm going to lose the surface of my fucking lips if I drink this. So, yeah. Yes, I've tested them and some shoes do ground. If you can send me, you don't use the cups. I will use, I've never used them, but I will use them. I know I will use them at some point. It's just that the size of the Kelly kettle that I've got, I don't know why I'm going like that. It's not behind me. But But when you're wild camping, you're carrying everything on your back. So a Kelly kettle and all the gubbins and all of the extra little bits and bobs that come with it, because it's the biggest one of all of them, that would take so much room up, So it would be something that I would probably use off grid further down the line in my own garden, It's just that at the time I thought, well, I want the mugs, I've got all of this. I want the mugs, and especially 2 mugs that have got lip guards on there so that your lips don't fuse to the mug. But yeah, if you could send me a link, mate, to some, or maybe I could find out. I'll find out. I'll look into it myself, Mio China. I will. The Manx Viking. Are you from the Isle of Man? Interesting question. Right. Well, because no one's really, it's not been that sort of live stream really. I'll save it until a live stream where we've got a multitude of different people that come in and stay in, and I'll do a giveaway on the next live stream, just so people can just nominate someone, because I think that'd be really lovely, especially for the person that's been nominated. It'll be lovely. I'd love to be someone that was nominated from loads of people in the chat. Yeah, that would be lovely. So lovely. So we're going to draw it to an end. It's 1:15 in the morning on a proper Friday night, and we'll bring things down to a close. I'll take the girls out for a bit of a stroll. Yeah, I took them out before the live stream, but it was fucking pissing it down, and it's just a mud bath everywhere. Roll on summer. I know you shouldn't wish time away, but I fucking hate this. 1, maybe 2 sunny days in a fortnight. That's not normal. It's not. So as we're all desperately trying to kind of I'll try and avoid taking these high strength vitamin D artificial pills that are made from fuck knows what by fuck knows who, and get some proper vitamin D from exposing my head to the sun. We don't get any sun. It's not right and it's not normal. They're just blanketing the skies. It is Saturday night now, Michael. Yeah. You see, you're making things worse for me. My head's already fucking scrambled. What day is it? Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? There's the answer to your question there, Michael. Is that really him? The Manx Viking? How come it's not come up as the Manx Viking? That's a very, very interesting little connection there. I love shit like that. I love it. Synchronicities abound. Whenever you experience a synchronicity, embrace it with every fibre of your being, because it's an indicator that you're on the right path. I believe. I really do. I love stuff like that. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. Have a good one. Have a good one. Imagine, I know this sounds dark. There are some people that have just died like that, or found out that they're about to die. And then, only then, do they start to live and make every single day count. And it's sad. It shouldn't be like that. So try and maybe adopt that sort of attitude. And I'm trying to do the same, Imagine every day is your last. Live a little, enjoy your weekend. Much love to you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Ciao for now.